plan approach. And also very specifically working with the neighborhood that we hope to achieve later in the spring by having a meeting, hopefully in the April timeframe, to start to work with some of the stakeholders and residents of the valley. And so with that, I'll let Alan take a little bit more specific approach.
Yeah, and thank you, Cindy. I want to just tie in a little bit more how the Forest Service can benefit from this partnership. Obviously, the whole Castle Creek Valley is surrounded by national forest, and so much of what happens up that county road affects what's going on in the back country as well as just the trailheads along the road. And so we're very interested in collecting the same kind of data the county is interested in collecting. We're interested in seeing what the use numbers look like at the trailheads, in the parking lots. And I know for myself, still being fairly new on the district, I'm interested in learning more about the possible conflicts in terms of use up there. And so I'm glad that these guys have come to us, and we're excited about working together to gather this information over the next year. Originally, we were just looking at the upper valley and then decided, especially in our case, because we've got some issues that we're looking at, say with the Conundrum Hot Springs trailhead in particular, that we wanted to move the study down even a little bit further and just include the entire valley and see how it tied in that way. One thing I want to distinguish here is that this is a separate process than what the district is looking at in terms of our high-use wilderness issues. So the district and the forest will be doing outreach throughout the year to get public feedback and comment on our high-use wilderness issues for the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness. The Castle Creek study is separate from that, but obviously it all ties together. So the use connects throughout the valley and to the backcountry. So that's why we're interested in this partnership. And with that, I'll let Ellen explain a little bit more about future.
Yeah, I was just going to add on to what both Karen and Cindy said, that as you know, we are embarking on an update to the 2003 Castle Creek Master Plan. And this will just give us a really great start to that effort to updating the existing conditions data that we'll need to move forward on that update. And what we're thinking in terms of the master plan update is that the data that comes out of this effort will be incorporated as a chapter in the updated 2003 master plan, perhaps a chapter that will take a look at culture, education, and recreation. Perhaps. We'll see as it unfolds. But that's what we're anticipating at this point, and we're really looking forward to getting the data pulled together, seeing what it looks like, and then working with the public to see where that goes forward in the update to the master plan.
Alan, let me ask you a question just for clarification. The Maroon Creek is kind of splitting off in its caucus. We've got some,
right.
There's some more hearings regarding that or information regarding that that's being brought forward. It hasn't actually happened yet.
Correct.
Which it's not really the Castle Creek master plan, but right now it's the Castle Creek Maroon Creek master plan because it's a caucus area that encompasses both of those. And you know, obviously there's some different interests and some of the same concerns, some different concerns. We can't really force a Castle Creek caucus because Castle Creek caucus is still going to encompass part of the split valleys there, even with the new Maroon Creek, unless Castle Creek caucus kind of incorporates into a new boundary, which is a little confusing because it's a caucus area within a caucus area that kind of trumps the larger caucus area. It's the way we've been described from John Ely of how that would work if the Maroon Creek caucus moves forward. So what areas are we specifically talking about here when we're talking about a Castle Creek master plan update and working in conjunction with the Forest Service for the various problems. And then you introduced new things, Karen introduced some new things, which is the upper Castle Creek versus the lower Castle Creek, and where would one draw that line, and what are the problems that vary depending on whether you're in the upper or the lower Castle Creek?
Well, those are great questions, and I'll start with the last one first. I think that initially we were looking at just the upper Castle Creek area as a sub-area plan effort, and decided that really there are issues that are interrelated up and down the valley, the entire valley, and that it made more sense to do a comprehensive look at the entire Castle Creek Valley rather than separate out an upper and lower planning effort. As far as the two, yes, the 2003 master plan was the Castle Maroon master plan, and we assume that the effort to develop a separate Maroon caucus area will move forward and be completed. And at the same time, we have had activity from on the Castle Creek caucus side. They are interested in forming a separate caucus, and they are looking at a revised boundary that works. And so my guess is that we are going to have a separate Castle Creek master plan and Maroon Creek master plan in our update work. Yeah, I'm not sure how else to. We don't have an exact boundary yet for the Castle Creek, the lower end of the Castle Creek Valley, but we're working with some individuals who have stepped forward to try to move that effort forward.
And if my recollection serves me right, it will potentially then leave a gap, because the Maroon Creek caucus plan does not go up all the way up Maroon Creek. It kind of stopped as kind of the residential ended at the top of the Dean's properties, and didn't include this long-going discussion that we've had, at least probably longer, but the 4 years that we've had, is who manages the Maroon Creek Road all the way up to Maroon Bells. And I know we have some IGAs with the Forest Service in terms of that management, but there's always been kind of questions that come across
Who owns it?
Of who owns it, and those various things. But in regards to the master plan part of this conversation, it looks like John wants to weigh in here. Mm-hmm. It does kind of leave a gap, because if my recollection serves me, when the Maroon Creek caucus wanted to do that master plan, the master plan kind of encompassed an area of residential down on the bottom of Maroon Creek, and the Castle Creek / Maroon Creek caucus encompassed a much larger area and still part of the Maroon Creek Valley.
Cindy wants to, I'll let Cindy jump in first.
A caucus can be different than a planning area boundaries.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm saying, is this, are we gearing this around the caucuses, or are we gearing this as a master plan that's a planning area that is different than any sort of caucus area, is kind of where I was getting at with that.
I think that's a good point, Rob. And I think in this case, what we looked at was, first, we're responding to a request from the board to look at a heavily impacted area, which was that upper Castle Creek Valley area. And as we began looking at what we could do from a planning perspective, it was clear that we had more stakeholders that needed to be at the table that were really associated with the impact. So the Forest Service and the other landowners up there. And as we looked at where the impact was occurring on the drainage, that's what's, I think, defined it coming back down a little bit farther, Castle Creek, like, for example, to the Conundrum trailhead and on up. Because if you look at the areas of impact, just while you're accessing the areas, that's really, what we're trying to get a handle on.
Yeah.
And so, for example, the Maroon Creek Road, I think, is a good example of where we've done this to a certain degree in the past. the previous shutdown, the federal government shutdown, gave us a good opportunity to define exactly what we owned on that road and didn't, and we did. And really, the county owns that road to just about maybe 50 yards below the parking lots down there. That measurement may be off a little bit for the press, but we own that road and right-of-way. But we have entered into a joint management agreement, which is in the form of an IGA in this case, to try and manage the impacts on the natural resources, both on the Forest Service and on the little bit of right-of-way that we own there. And I see this as kind of a continuation and probably a larger scope in terms of doing the same type of effort to see how can we better address the types of impacts and usages we're seeing, particularly in these highly attractive drainages. And what we see is, you know, in Castle Creek and actually on Maroon Creek, we're seeing similar, I think, kinds of recreational pressures and such. And so I think what's happened is as discussions have gone on, we've suggested, well, if we're really going to address this, we need to expand the area and we need to expand the people or the organizations, entities around the table, and that's really where the MOU and going beyond what we typically do for an area planning process. So sorry that was so long, but just because I think we were maybe missing that context.
Well, it seems like we're all kind of clear that it starts with the defining of the stakeholders in the areas, which is getting narrowed down. And I just wanted to bring up a few things that I thought were weird about that with these caucuses and the way it was previously defined.
Yeah.
So, Steve?
I was thinking about Richmond Ridge, and that's part of the Castle Creek Valley, and one of the entrance points to that is the summer road at the bottom of Aspen Mountain. And then I started wondering, well, how do you collect data? Like maybe at the sun deck, maybe at the beyond the sun deck, you would have some kind of a counter, but do you have some kind of electric eye thing that records how many vehicles go by or how many hikers go by, or how do you go about collecting data at the trailheads and the different parking areas and whatnot?
We're in the process. GR is working with us in the County Engineers Department, and also Open Space and Trails, and then the Forest Service all have various types of counters that we're working on, and we have a data management plan we're putting together, and right now we're determining exactly where that data will be gathered and what time and the protocol for gathering that data so that we're consistent. And so those are great questions and things that we'll be trying to resolve. So I'm not really sure if we had pinpointed something right by the sun deck or not, but definitely on Little Annie Road we have a counter that we are anticipating.
But unlikely that we'll get data for Summer Road for this effort. We may have some that could be incorporated, but I don't think at this point we're anticipating currently collecting on Summer Road, but never say never.
I'm making a note. We'll talk about it though.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
I'd be curious to know how many. We might all be surprised at how much use there is or isn't.
Right.
On a place like that, and it's not one of the top priority things, but it is. There are conflicts up there, so.
Richmond Ridge will definitely be looking at.
Yeah.
Right.
Shall we move to more questions on
One
the?
other question. What sort of a timeline are we working under?
Well, we're anticipating 2015 and 2016 as a data collecting period, and moving into, we hope to move into some public stakeholder input meetings as soon as April of this year. And ideally, we'd love to have all our data collected and some direction for moving forward by, end of 2016 into 2017.
I think that's 2015, 16.
We actually have it in our memo. What did we say? We said 2016, 2017,
Yeah.
was our further public outreach
Right.
and master plan updates and decisions for where we go from there.
So basically, this year is more the intense data gathering, beginning the initial public input outreach with the various groups, and then hopefully having it all come together in a plan in 2016-17.
And
Okay, and then Karen, how does that sort of run into your timetable in terms of your outreach, looking at the maroon snowmass wilderness area?
You know, it's perfect. We don't have specific plans for the data at this point in terms of going into a, we have no plans to amend our forest plan or anything like that. However, we are looking at some possible management changes in some specific areas of the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness area. And so, just any kind of data we can gather from the trailheads is going to help in terms of knowing more about that use in those areas. We still have a lot of data, which I'm going to share with you in a few minutes, that we've been gathering over the years on our high-use wilderness issues. But this will just supplement that, is how I'm looking at it.
And one other note is that the way the MOU, the draft MOU is currently written, it's established for 5 years with an annual review, I guess, of progress also penciled in. So that's what we were anticipating. It could change if you don't think that's an appropriate approach, but so we have some leeway in terms of timing, but we certainly don't want to drag this out for 5 years if we don't need to. Yeah, so.
Other questions on this topic? Should we move to the update and Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness?
You bet. That'd be great. So, first of all, just bring your attention to the 2014 annual report I gave each of you a copy of, and we won't go through that this morning, but I gave each of you a copy just so you can look through that and get a sense of the accomplishments our crews made in 2014, and not without a lot of help from our partners, as we've noted in here. We are so grateful and dependent on our partners, and Pitkin County is one of those. So just want to thank you folks to begin with on all the help that you've given us. I'm thinking in particular the Hunter Smuggler project. We got some great trail work done up there this year with the help of Pitkin County and Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers. The Veg project was underway this fall in terms of doing some really critical thinning up there, and again, Pitkin County took the lead on that for us, and we've got a lot of future great projects ahead with that as well, and it's all part of that partnership that we've developed, and I wanted to thank you for that up front. So the 2014 annual report is just something for you to take a look at on your own. What I wanted to focus on this morning is, first of all, our high-use wilderness issues in the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness. You've each got a packet here, and I don't know if you got one, John.
I didn't, but I'll grab one from you.
Okay.
It looks like I have two.
Maybe you've got, okay, great, thanks, Rachel. And I'll just start with some numbers. I just want to go through some information that we've been gathering over the years. We've got a lot of good data that our wilderness crews have gathered over the years, and you can see from this first bar chart that the traffic for our overnight visitors in the Maroon Bell Snowmass has increased significantly over the years. This only goes through 2013. We are just collecting our 2014 overnight permit data, and we have well over 15,000 overnight visitors just from our permit data that we've gathered this last year. And we know that we don't have 100% compliance on people filling out those permits at the trailheads. So I assume it's larger than that, the number of overnight uses that we've gotten in that wilderness. The bulk of our overnight users are going to the Four Pass Loop and Conundrum Hot Springs. And those are some of the issues we want to start addressing over this next year in terms of doing some public outreach and getting some feedback on what possible management changes would the public suggest and for us to do up there. And I'll move down through some of these charts again before we talk a little bit more about it. The next chart is just a 2012 to 2014 chart of specific dates where we collected use on the Crater Lake Trail. And this could be either overnight or just day use, leading up from the Maroon Lake up to Crater Lake. It's a short 1.5 mile hike up to a beautiful lake in the wilderness. And you can see that what blows me away is on September 19th of 2014, we had nearly 1,400 hikers on that trail. A 1.5 mile stretch of trail, 1,400 people in one day, and that's in wilderness. Your sense of solitude is not there. There just isn't a sense of solitude, and that is one of the wilderness characteristics that we're trying to manage for. So we're grateful for our visitors up there, and people love it up there. I mean, the sense of enjoyment that they get even with those crowds is pretty impressive. You know, we interviewed folks even on a busy day like that to ask them, you know, how their experience was, and most of them had a wonderful, wonderful time. Very few comments about the crowds. Unfortunately, what it does is cause a lot of resource issues for us, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute.
Karen, what are some of the best practices that have been used by the Forest Service around the country when we get into this love it to death situation?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
because there is an overuse threshold, and at that point, I'm assuming the Forest Service has to put in some sort of measures of restrictions. And so, what are those practices that get used various places around the country?
Yeah, great question, Robin. And if I could get through
Yeah.
this, I'm going to talk a little bit about those tools that we've utilized thus far. And some of them have worked and some of them haven't. So the next page just looks at 2014 ranger patrols in terms of miles. And this is no surprise. It's just showing that our wilderness rangers are spending the bulk of their time in the Maroon Belt Snowmass Wilderness. And that's okay. That's a good thing. We had a wilderness crew this year of 6. Our permanent staff of Andrew Larson and 1 paid seasonal ranger, and then 4 volunteers who were interns from across the country that came in. They did a fabulous job of covering all 5 of our wilderness areas, but obviously the bulk of their time is spent in Maroon Belt Snowmass. And we did have rangers up Conundrum Hot Springs every weekend, which was a good thing. And I think we had them on the Four Pass Loop probably every other week. So the next photo is just a reminder that with all this use comes human-wildlife conflicts. And one of the issues that we had to deal with this summer was in early August. We had issues with 3 or more bears that were becoming habituated around the Crater Lake campsites. We have 11 designated dispersed campsites around Crater Lake, and people were not storing their food properly. And by the time we had to close down those campsites, which was in early August, we had at least 3 bears that were coming in every night and ripping into folks' food, getting into tents. And it was finally to the point where I just had to make a decision to close down those campsites. It was becoming a real issue in terms of safety. So we wrote a couple of special orders, and one of them was to close the campsites, and the other one was to require bear-resistant food canisters for anyone overnighting along that Four Pass Loop. Specifically, we just talked about the West Maroon drainage, but if you're going in the West Maroon drainage or in the Four Pass Loop, you had to have those canisters. And We actually purchased about 20 different canisters and had them available at the welcome station, and we handed those out to users who weren't aware of the new emergency order, and we had pretty darn good compliance, and everybody returned them to us after they were done, which was even better because they're expensive. But those were just emergency orders, and they're not long-term, and we can't move forward with something like that unless we go through a little broader NEPA process in terms of public scoping and that. So that'll be part of the discussion as we move forward. Those are just a couple of the tools that we use in terms of managing those issues. Go ahead, Steve.
Karen?
Yeah.
Up in Wrangell St. Elias National Park in Alaska, they have a lot of human-bear conflict, and in the designated campsites there, they always have a big food boxes that are big, heavy metal things about as big as these desks, and they airlifted them into these different locations, and I don't know if those were sitting out in the wilderness, if it would detract from wilderness thing, but that might be something to consider at Crater Lake, at Snowmass Lake, some of the more heavily used campsites.
Yeah, and those are part of the discussions that we want to have. We're open to any and all ideas right now. Some of the concerns with moving in facilities in order to accommodate for food storage is again, that loss of wilderness character when you start adding constructed features into the wilderness, and that. But, it's not out of the question either. And so, obviously we weren't in a position to move bear-proof containers into the wilderness last year, so we went with the bear canister requirement. I know of there are other national forests, a few across the country, that have that bear canister requirement, and it seems to be working, but we're open to any kind of discussion and suggestions right now. We're trying to get feedback from you folks and from the public on what we want to do. Other tools that we've used in the past, at Conundrum Hot Springs, we were having such an issue with dogs up there that sometime in the past we restricted dogs outside of the hot springs proper area, and now they can only go up to a certain mile point on the trail before folks have to turn around with their dogs. Dogs on leash is another tool that we've taken and added as a requirement in that wilderness. At the bottom of Conundrum Hot Springs at the trailhead, we have a big container that we try to keep full of disposal bags for human waste. We call them WAG bags, and we encourage folks that are hiking up in there to spend the night to grab WAG bags and carry their human waste out. Another huge issue that we've had, and you'll see it in this video that I want to show you, is that the human waste issues at Conundrum are just way out of control. Our wilderness rangers are burying just dozens of piles of human waste every time they're up there, and they counted a total of 175 piles last year that they had to bury, and then over 500 pounds of garbage that they've carried out. So, there's the ethic, I think, that needs to be addressed, as well as just the total numbers of people that are up there. And so what we're going to do this year is we're going out with some public meetings, and we're pulling our partners in, Wilderness Workshop, ACES, Forest Conservancy, to see how they can help with this as well, because what we don't want this to be is like a forest down push from the forest saying we have to do this. We need our public and our community to be behind us on this. We need the community to feel like they're telling us what to do, and that's what we want to hear is from folks on, what are your thoughts, what are your ideas. We're open to a limited use permitting system, but I'm not saying that's the way we're going just yet. I really want to get feedback first, and then we'll look at all of our options. George.
Karen, before you move on to that,
Yeah.
I just want to go back to the animal issue, the bear issue up by Maroon Bells and Crater Lake. Another challenge you had this year, which was really new, was the issue with moose
Yeah.
and interaction with people and having to close a trail, and I suspect that's not going to get any better.
Yeah.
So, what are your
Yeah,
thoughts
good
on
point. And that's not a wilderness-specific issue because it's outside the wilderness boundary, but it's still all tied to this use, this just huge amount of use that we're getting up there. And so, you know, last year we came out with a bear human management plan for the district, and then we used it across the forest. And our wildlife biologist, Phil Nyland, put that together. We're talking about doing the same thing with a moose human management plan, and you know, maybe specifically for the Maroon Bells or across the Ranger District. But that's mainly where they're having the issue right there. Is those moose love that valley, and they're going to keep coming back every summer, and people want to get close to them. So you're right. It's another issue that we have to deal with, and it's completely tied to the high use up there. So we're looking at another management plan to deal with that.
Rachel? Yeah, thank you. Just kind of following on the same point, two things. One, I was fortunate to travel through Yellowstone Park on the way to a business meeting this year, and I noticed at one of the visitor centers they had something put together which they called the Bad Idea Book. And it's a picture of people who were either being gorged or about to be gorged by moose, by elk, by buffalo, you know, things like that. And, you know, maybe there's a chance to chain one of those to the bottom of a few of these trailheads.
Oh, yeah.
But it was really interesting when you look at and it reminds you, oh my God, you know, let's be aware. So
Great.
there was that. And then the second is that whether it's these planning processes specific to the animal interactions or the larger castle planning effort going forward, I think we really have to keep an eye on the state demographic and doubling of population type of numbers. Because while we feel like we're dealing with some real demands now, this is nothing compared to when the state population doubles, which is supposed to happen by 2055, 2060, something like that. And so I think it's really important that we be forward-looking with those potential increases in use.
Thank you. That's very good feedback. Yeah, keep that bigger picture in mind. Thanks, Rachel. I'll show you this video. It's only about 4 minutes long. I'm really proud of it. My wilderness rangers put it together this last summer, and it's, you know, it's not professional in any way, but I think it's very well done, and it's from the heart, and I think it really shows the issues that we're dealing with in the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness.
It is an area where the earth and its community of life are untrammeled by man, where man himself is a visitor who does not remain. An area kept in its natural state, unimpaired and undeveloped for the enjoyment of future generations. An area where one can experience great solitude and escape the realms of industrial society. An area that is greatly threatened by increasing visitation and decreasing ethics. The Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness is experiencing a degradation of wilderness character. Elevated amounts of visitation are causing wilderness crowding, leading to significant camping impacts and increased amounts of human waste and trash.
The primary manifestation of increased visitation to the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness is a loss of solitude or crowding. In 2013, over 15,000 visitors descended upon the backcountry, especially the famous Four Pass Loop and crowded Conundrum Hot Springs. This was a 40% increase over 5 years ago. Visitor capacity is consistently exceeded. Parking overflows into adjacent roads and camp impacts grow every year. As an example, on a busy night at Conundrum this summer, there were 42 occupied campsites, holding 51 groups, totaling 161 people. Forest Service standards indicate that solitude is lost when more than 20 groups are encountered in a day.
Significant impacts to the natural environment accumulate when thousands of campers concentrate in fragile alpine areas. The bare ground of 730 inventoried campsites degrades an area larger than 35 football fields. 60% of all campsites are too close to water or trails, further compromising the wild character of the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness. In 2014, rangers naturalized 261 inappropriate fire rings. These fires are destructive because they consume critical organic matter, scar the landscape, and pose a wildfire hazard. Scarcity of dead and down firewood results in rampant cutting of live trees.
Pack it in, pack it out. A simple lesson many visitors disregard to the detriment of our wildlands. Rangers carried over 640 pounds of trash out of the wilderness in 2014. Wildlife contamination and habituation are one of the many negative effects of this careless behavior. Bears habituated to human food by food-soiled trash forced the closure of one of our most popular sites at Crater Lake. Unburied or exposed human waste is also a growing cause of environmental contamination, sanitation, and aesthetic concern. This summer, rangers buried 168 disgusting piles of surface poop.
Thousands of tired, nerve-shaken, over-civilized people are beginning to find out that going to the mountains is going home, that wildness is a necessity. What John Muir observed in 1901 is only more true today. Wilderness areas like the Maroon Bell Snowmass are some of the last places in the country that provide opportunities for solitude in a natural setting. But excessive use is threatening the very essence of wilderness. In order to preserve these areas for future generations, every user's actions count. Leave no trace, respect the land, keep wilderness wild.
So I'm going to be doing a presentation similar to this at the Naturalist Series Speakers Talks on February 4th and 5th with ACES and Wilderness Workshop, February 4th in Carbondale, February 5th up here in Aspen. And I'm hoping we get a good turnout in that. We're going to do some interaction with the participants there and actually ask some real specific questions of the audience and give them a chance to walk up to some flip charts and respond and gather some feedback that way. So that's just the beginning of what we hope to do throughout the year to get the public involved and get feedback locally on some possible solutions for these issues. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention first and make sure that you didn't have any concerns, or if you wanted to give me any feedback now, great.
George?
Yeah, I mean, as you said earlier, Karen, the thought or concept of 1,400 people a day going from Maroon Lake to Crater Lake is not a wilderness experience by any stretch of the imagination. But we're dropping off literally busloads and busloads and busloads of people at this portal, and people are coming from urban areas. So from them, it's spectacular, but they're bringing their culture and their values into a wilderness setting that really is not appropriate, and they don't really understand that. So how do we reach them? And I was up this summer. I was up on top of Buckskin, and I was chatting with several different parties who were doing the 4 loop pass. And I asked them, why are you here? He said, well, we read about this in these Outside magazine and these other magazines who are promoting the 4 loop pass as one of the 10 most trails that you have to do in your lifetime.
You got to check it off.
So how do we get the message out that perhaps you want to think about other places to go if you want a true wilderness experience?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, one of the things that we're doing, because we do get regular calls from magazines from across the country wanting information on Conundrum Hot Springs, the Four Pass Loop, or the hike from Aspen over to Crested Butte. Those three, they're all making the magazines. And the one thing we're doing is that we won't give them information unless we first are able to tell them about the high use issues we're dealing with, the numbers that are visiting these spots each year, and the leave no trace ethics that we want our visitors to follow when they're in the wilderness. So we kind of do an education with them at the same time we give them information that they're looking for on those areas. And then we ask them to please put that information in their articles. It doesn't always make it in the articles. But that's, short of just not giving them any information, I don't think that's going to help either. No information, it usually ends up in a lot of misinformation going out. So that's one thing we're doing. If the public decides that they want to see a limited use system in some of these areas, that word is going to get out awfully fast. And, people are going to start figuring out other places to go. But we have to remember that this is all connected to this Aspen Valley sense of place and the economy that's here and all of that. So we have to be very careful about the decisions we make in terms of limited use.
So. One other quick point or comment, because the other issue that I think you'll be able to address with the MOU is parking.
Parking.
And parking for all of the portals to the recreational areas in our valley. So whether it be Conundrum or Cathedral Lake or even up Woody Creek in the wintertime, how do we going to try to resolve that issue where there's limited parking, there's more demand, and so people are basically parking not only on public roads but on private property. And
I agree. I don't have the answer, George. Obviously, we're prepared to start looking at it, though. We know we can't ignore it. The public parking issues are tied directly to the use, and I hesitate to just increase parking on national forests, because then, a lot of times you can tie your use and limit your use to your parking. And if your parking's full, then you know that your use is going to maintain right there. But it's not happening here. The parking lots get full, and then they overflow onto the highways, and people will just pick any spot they can find, and they don't care whether it's on private property or not. So we've got big issues to deal with. We know that. I don't have answers for you right now, but we're definitely not ignoring it. Yeah.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for really bringing this issue to everyone's attention. I think that's the first step, is getting awareness and being able to speak about something that's difficult, and this clearly is, as you've described. Just a couple of observations as much as anything, but I think that for a lot of people, and you use the term true wilderness, George, for a lot of people in a city, this is as close as they'll ever get to true wilderness, and they do not want to go, the big danger, trip. no cell phone. What do we do for help? They want to be relatively safe within that experience, and so I think there's some real differences there of people's expectations of what that wilderness experience is. And maybe literally when you're on what I would call the fringes of the wilderness, you're within the first mile and a half, it's not going to be the same experience of when you've hiked 10 miles in, and so that part of this may be managing expectations, or at least understanding expectations. I really appreciate particularly the balance and the sensitivity to balance that you're bringing to this, because when you're within certain circles, certain group meetings, there's a lot of negative connotation to wilderness, and that wilderness means closing land off from people to enjoy. Wilderness means taking it away from us, and I realize what wilderness does on the other side of it, but I'm just saying we have to not be in our own echo chamber here in terms of thinking about how people do think about wilderness lands. And so when they say, oh, create more wilderness, it's like, yeah, but look at this one over here. Now you're only letting 1,000 people a week go up there, or something like that. And so you can really damage your own support of wilderness areas by not acknowledging that is out there. That certainly is out there strongly in the Western Slope. It's part of what's behind this whole transfer of public lands movement. It strikes me that perhaps when and as we continue to improve our broadband access, that being able to have cell service at a trailhead will start to facilitate the ability to have pick-up and drop-offs much better, and have some private sector business fill that niche. Now, they're not going to sit there for 45 minutes to see did they really come down on time or not, but if you're able to call and say, we're ready for our pickup now, and it's part of a package deal, you get dropped off in the morning and picked up on the way back, and you don't get a parking ticket, you know, but right now we don't have the infrastructure to facilitate that type of service coming up, but I think that should be part of the parking answer as well. And this is a kind of a strange concept. I don't know if it's implemented in some form or not. I know that you can put all the information you want in a brochure, and whether someone reads it or only one in the group or whatever, that's one thing, and that may be valuable with a map and things like that. But maybe you could create kind of a sign-off permit that is an honor system type of permit, so that when someone signs it, they put their name and address, and you know, they check an initial, I understand about burying human waste, I understand about fire camp, I understand this, and initial 6 or 7 of these things, and they take a copy of it with them, and the Xerox copy stays in the book, and if your rangers are up around the lake, you can ask them, do you have your sign-off permit? And it didn't cost you a fee, it wasn't a new imposition, but it was someone initialing that they understood the rules. And it reminds me of when I check into hotels, and it's something that has become a growing trend where they have you sign a separate sheet to say, I understand there's no smoking in the rooms, and there'll be a $250 fine if there's evidence of cigarettes or who knows what else in Colorado nowadays. But you know, that is a new thing that hotels started doing, rather than just saying we're a no smoking hotel. You know, you sign here and there'll be a penalty. And so I think having some sort of voluntary, you know, once you've signed something, once you've initialed it, and you've taken your copy with you because you may be asked for it by a ranger, carry this with you at all times. You know, again, I'm not saying penalties or this or that, but how do you make people sign on that they understand the rules?
Right. And we have the permitting system we use right now, which is free and is not limited to use, it doesn't limit use whatsoever. It does have on the back of it the regulations and leave no trace principles on the back of the permit. But you're right, it's only the leader of that group takes the permit, they fill it out, they sign it, and then they keep a copy on their backpack throughout their overnight experience. But you know, I don't know how much the rest of the group ever knows or reads anything. So I like the idea of that. Yeah.
And do you need a permit if you're just doing a day trip up one of these trails?
It's only
See,
for
that's
overnight
where it could make a difference as well, if it's for day trippers. Thank you.
You bet. Anything else?
Alan?
Just one thing to add to George's comment about articles in Outside Magazine and other journals that may be drawing people to the area for good reason. We talked about the media and its impact on recreational use in the area when the forest and county first got together, and really I think we need to acknowledge that social media plays a bigger and bigger role in drawing people here, and it may be that as part of this MOU, ultimately, we do look at how we may interface with social media to have some positive impact on that aspect. So it's something we did discuss and may try to follow up on.
it's clear that this limited resource, this wonderful limited resource, is becoming used more and more, and this board has stated again and again over the years how important that recreational resource is to so many different levels of people that live here, our tourist visitors, and those sorts of things. But this presentation makes it clear that this board should really move forward in assisting the Forest Service in any way that they can to work on protecting the aspects that we've got up there, because it's not being protected for a lot of different reasons, in the sense that we want to protect it right now. Limited resources of the Forest Service is certainly one of them. Limited resources of the county is certainly another. And then the increased use, and having that continual dialogue happen between the county and the Forest Service is just hugely important to the continued success of lots of different things that have nothing to do with the Forest Service here in our community. People come here to enjoy that, and we want to protect it in perpetuity. So,
Thank you.
Steve?
I would like to reiterate, for the benefit of the public and the board, that the comments I made this summer at the Wilderness birthday party, talking about just my personal wilderness ethic. I don't go to a place like Maroon Lake. I might go in the wintertime when you have to ski up there, but a place like that that's overused, I just do not go there, because it doesn't need one more person going there. I can look on the front page of the Aspen Times or something to see a picture of Maroon Bells if I want to, but when I go into the wilderness, oftentimes it's fixing fences around our property or something, but we'll hike into some place where there's not, we know there aren't going to be people there, and there's campsites, and maybe there's not a lake and a real beautiful mountain to look at, but it's possible, just with education, to have other people start adopting this, to not go to the crowded places, but go to other places that are maybe not quite as pretty, but they are still wilderness, and you'll have more of a true wilderness experience. And a lot of the benefit of wilderness to me is just knowing that it's there, which I'm fortunate. I look out at the wilderness every day out my front window, so I get to see it, and I know it's there, and I can appreciate it. But I don't have to go to wilderness areas around the country to know that they are there, and they're all the benefits to the wildlife and the watershed and the airshed and all those things are taking place in those wilderness areas, and another person doesn't have to go there to appreciate the value of the wilderness.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think this discussion is just another good example of what wilderness means to every individual. It's something very personal and very different to everyone. So. Okay.
Should we move to?
Ready to move on?
8th Street property, is that where we are? Or we on?
Yeah, you know what, I must have messed up my copies, because I had, I apologize, I have an update, darn it, did I include my
There's
copies?
Aspen office update.
Yeah, I've got that, but I had another piece to this that I apologize is missing, and that was an update on the EIS, the oil and gas EIS.
I have that in mind.
Do you have that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Mine's missing it. It's a timeline. You the only one that has it, Steve?
No, I have it. It's
Okay.
in here. White
I was
River,
gonna cover that
National
next.
Forest Oil and Gas EIS timeline.
Yeah, thank you.
It's just 5th on our agenda, but that's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whatever order you want to go in, that's
Okay.
fine.
That piece right there is just an update on our timeline. I don't have it in front of me, but we hope to have a final decision signed by sometime next summer. I believe that says June or July. And right now we're in that period where objections may come in from those who have standing, and we're waiting to see if any objections come in, and then that will determine how much time, up to 90 days, we have to turn around and respond to those objections before a final decision is signed. The other thing I included on there was a little table of the amount of Pitkin County land that is leasable under this draft decision, and I think it's around 500 acres is all that's leasable in Pitkin County under this.
581.
Yeah, 581, thank you. The rest of it is either legally or administratively removed from oil and gas leasing. So
Is that before the record of decision for the EIS, or is that after the decision?
that's with this draft decision.
With this draft
That has
decision
been signed,
included? 'Cause
yes.
that
So if nothing
potentially
changes-
closed leases.
Right.
Yeah, so it was more than that.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking, Rob.
So the available lands for leasing includes the decision that was set forward in the current EIS.
Correct.
Okay.
And that this is the White River National Forest EIS
Yeah.
for future leasing.
Yeah.
Separate from the BLM.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that would leave only 581 acres available in future for leasing. Any questions on that?
Karen, when, there's the about 5,000 acres mostly up in Coal Basin, that's the private mineral estate.
Okay.
When somebody is wanting to drill on the private mineral estate, but they're on Forest Service surface land, how do you deal with that in terms of leasing or permits or whatever?
I am not an expert, Steve. That's a fine question, and I don't know what the process is. I can find out for you, but yeah, with those private estates, I'm not sure what the process is that would, that would allow that to move forward. But yeah, you want me to check on that and get back with you?
Maybe Ellen knows something about that.
Yeah, I'd assume that there would be a Forest Service permitting process, but I don't know the details of the ins and outs of the process and what's required in terms of submittal or time frame.
Well, maybe we can cross that bridge if we come to it and not.
Yeah, there is definitely a Forest Service
Absolutely.
permitting process. I'm just not familiar enough with it to walk through details.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Any other questions on the oil and gas EIS? Okay. What did I have on there next? White Banks?
The White Banks
Yeah.
is on that same
Next
sheet of
page.
paper.
Same sheet?
Yeah.
Okay. And just a quick update on White Banks. We are waiting for the Elbramstone owners to sign a plan of operations. We have spent quite a bit of time over the last several months reviewing and editing the plan of operations that they submitted and making some major changes to it so that it would fall in line with the decision that was signed on the analysis. And we feel like it does fall in line with that now, and that we're ready to have them sign the plan of operation. They're not comfortable with signing the plan of operation, last I heard, until they get a determination on a particular stone that they are wanting to market up there, and they're calling it brown marble. So our regional geologist had a field visit to the mine this last fall and took some samples, and we hope that by sometime this spring he'll have a determination of whether that's classified as a locatable mineral, which would make it a marketable mineral for them. But I'm not sure that they're going to sign that plan of operations until they find that out.
So does that mean, well, it's probably good news for us. So
Yeah, they're
until
not doing anything. They cannot do
Unless they
anything.
sign, they
Right.
can't operate, so.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
would-
the
I would
longer
be
they
pushing
wait,
on
the
it.
happier you guys are.
Exactly.
Wasn't the original mineral claim about tavertine or some other, alabaster?
Alabaster, I think it was, yeah.
But maybe you can explain the difference of why would it be a different operating plan if it was marble versus alabaster? Or?
No, the operating plan won't really be affected in any way. But what they don't want to do is sign the operating plan, and then the clock starts ticking the day they sign the operating plan for them to have a number of years to go in there and do their exploration. And so the longer they wait to sign the operating plan, the longer they'll have to do their exploration once they sign it.
Okay.
And they don't want to start that until they get a determination on that brown marble that they're calling, that they've discovered, and they think they're going to be able to
Okay.
market it somehow.
And an operating plan like that would have a certain shelf life. They would have some sort of timeline that they need to sign it or else start again.
Right.
Okay. And do you have any idea about how long that is? A couple
No,
years?
I'd
or
say, yeah,
18 months?
I'd give it, I'd say at least a year.
To sign it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we just got it finalized a month or two ago, so.
And this was the operating plan that we had submitted comments to about 2 years ago?
No, I believe you submitted comments on the actual analysis, the environmental analysis, the decision.
Yeah, which gave recommendations towards the operating plan, because there were specific recommendations regarding road use and the sheep herd that's up there in that area and times of year and that sort of stuff.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And I
Yeah.
believe they are incorporated.
Yeah.
So that's White Banks, not a lot of updates on that. And then the Aspen office update is, I kind of wanted to give you a broader forest perspective at the same time, so you understand that we're looking at much more than just our Aspen office in terms of trying to consolidate offices and remodel and that. Our forest engineers right now are focusing on completing the Grand Avenue office in Glenwood Springs. We hope to be moving all of our supervisor office employees back into that building in March or April of this spring. And so that's their big focus right now, is just completing that remodel, which has turned out to be quite a project, but will be a good project in the long run. The next thing they're working on concurrently is the Eagle and Minturn offices are being consolidated into one office in Eagle. And they found a property in Eagle that they're trying to purchase that'll work perfectly to combine those two offices and also act as a place where we can store forest supplies and equipment. So they're working on that purchase. And then the third thing after that, once that gets completed, would be the remodel of the Carbondale office. And then the fourth thing would be the Aspen office. We're still planning on having a small office with a visitor service desk there. In the long run, I don't have a perfect vision for that. Until then, we will have some of our summer seasonals for our wilderness rangers, and our Maroon Bells rangers will work out of that office. Right now, I don't have somebody to staff that front desk. I'm working on that for this spring. We lost our permanent employee, and unfortunately, the budget is such that I don't have enough money to hire another permanent employee for that front desk position. So we're looking at trying to staff it with a combination of our Maroon Bells seasonals and kind of rotate them through Maroon Bells and the front desk there. The other thing I'd like to pursue, which we just haven't had a chance to look at yet, is some kind of a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce up here, that we could possibly have a visitor's desk that was shared with them at maybe another location within Aspen. So that's a general update on the Aspen office. Things move like the speed of snails.
Rachel?
And we certainly understand the unfortunate underfunding of these services. But could you tell us, have all the lots sold, and is it just kind of the design and the efforts towards redevelopment are on hold? Because you have a facility that will do, but the lots have sold, and is that money going to go towards this eventual project here? I mean, there were at one point some really pretty grand ideas about private fundraising that could make it more of a real educational center, and perhaps provide some space for other nonprofits in a joint use who were wilderness and land-based and things like that.
I believe the Aspen lots have all sold. So what remains are the spot there where we have our bunkhouse for our seasonals, and then the actual office and warehouse spot. We are still in the process of trying to sell our El Jabel lot, which includes a small piece of some sensitive wetland areas that we're hoping someplace like Aspen Valley Land Trust will take over and take the stewardship part of that over. But the actual space there in El Jabel, where we have some employee housing, is being sold. We'd ultimately like to sell it to Eagle County. Don't know if that's going to work out or not, but that money, along with the Aspen money, goes into a big pot. And to be honest with you, you'd think it was at the forest level. Right now, that money sits at the regional level in Denver. But they've been pleased with what we've been doing so far with our trying to consolidate and get rid of our leased buildings. So they're letting us continue to use that money that we've made from the sale of those properties, and they could go into the purchase of the Eagle property. They could also go into remodeling the Carbondale office and to remodel or put a new building in for the Aspen office. It could be used for any of those things. And we're trying to budget out so that we've got enough to do all three as we move forward with it. Do that.
George?
I understand the challenges you have in terms of limited resources, but given most of our discussion today about the extraordinary amount of people we're seeing up in this end of the valley in the summertime, to me, it seems like it would make sense to reallocate some people from some of the other offices, Carbondale, at least for the summer season, to try to address, educate, inform the public to try to start to come to grips with some of these issues that we're facing.
Yeah, good point, George. And we do. I mean, the bulk of the summer seasonals that we hire, I'd say 90% of them are staffed out of our Aspen office, and they work up at Maroon Bells or they work in the wilderness areas surrounding Aspen. Our permanent recreation staff, their offices don't physically move up to Aspen, but they spend the bulk of their time up in this area in the summer because that's where the highest use is. So that's already happening. Their offices may not physically reside there, but they'll come to the Sopris office and pick up their vehicles and they head straight up the road to Aspen, and that's where we're covering our biggest use area. Our wildlife officers are doing the same thing because we've got, the issues with wildlife up here as well. So it's happening. They just may not be physically located in the Aspen office.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Additional questions, other topics, Steve?
We're having a discussion with Kevin Wright this afternoon about bear management issues in the valley.
Oh, perfect.
And I'm sure that your wildlife biologists must meet with the Division of Parks and Wildlife officials all the time.
Kevin and Phil are always talking. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that you
Yeah.
really meet with them a lot because of...
Yeah, I'll bet we met with Kevin a number of times over the summer about bears, about moose up Maroon Bells, and he and Phil I'll bet they're on the phone 4 or 5 times a week during the summer. So, yeah, the connection is definitely there.
That's good to have a really...
They have a great relationship.
Collaboration with them. Okay.
I think that's it for me. Do you folks have any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all your support with everything, and we'll keep you updated on the wilderness issues.
Actually, there was one other small thing, and it's something you'd like to get back to me, Karen, offline or separately. I will be going to Washington, D.C. in February with the National Association of Counties as vice chair of Colorado's Public Land Steering Committee. And if there are particular issues or concerns that you would like to make sure we mention as part of the Colorado delegation, would really appreciate any, insider perspective, as it were, of the issues. We pretty vigorously always argue that you become more fully funded and issues like that. But again, if there's errors that you'd like me to be aware of, an issue brewing, or that I might be able to assist in taking
Great.
forward for you, let me know, please.
I appreciate that. When are you going to DC?
It will be February 20th, I think, is the day I'm leaving.
Okay, so I'll get you something before then, Rachel.
Okay, thank you very much.
Break early, or you have something for us, John?
Rob, if we have a few minutes, I just want to recognize we're about to go through, one of the transitions that defines our political system and makes it unique. And as we go out, as we go through this transition at noon, I just want to take a moment to recognize your service. I know we've had an opportunity to do that several times, but from the staff's perspective, we've appreciated your contributions, your service, your support, the tough questions from time to time that make us reflect and I think sharpen our saws and do a better job for the community. So just on behalf of the staff, thank you. I know this is oftentimes a thankless job for all of you. We recognize that, and we really appreciate your service as we go into this transition.
It's been an honor and a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yes, so for all of us.
With that, Dorothea?
Do you have 5 minutes where I could ask for advice on an issue I'm acting on right now that relates to some of this protecting the wilderness, or do I have to get on a new agenda?
Sure. We've got 15 minutes left in this meeting, so Dorothea, if you'd like to make a comment.
5 minutes max.
Come on up. I can take my seat.
Okay, 20 years ago, the West Elk Loop Byway got established and set a management plan. It is now being revised. Since I was there with the original management plan when it was created and revised, I represent the Crystal River Valley, Pickens County, on that portion of the plan. In its revision, we were unique in the state on the byway, and even within our region, to say we're not marketing the byway. We want this to be a West Elk Loop Byway to identify the specific features that need protection, need education. Well, we did that in the management plan. We refused to allow documents like Outside Magazine and others to say, be sure you go to the byway and this is where you ought to shop. And we took all those paragraphs out. Well, it's coming back, and there are other parts of the byway. This includes Delta Montrose, goes back. Crested Butte and Pickens County are basically in agreement on this, and we're working very hard to get everyone who represents the byway to agree that our management plan should identify education and new kiosks that show what we're there to protect, what we want to do. And if you can guess that I'm arguing very strongly that our goal is not to market the byway. That is other agencies' goals, either the retail business or the Chamber of Commerce. And in some of these counties, and I'll mention Delta, although Crawford is in, Montrose is in, they're more interested in getting some of that traffic, whether it's the North Fork and the wineries and the progressive dinners and so on, or those of us who are saying our goal is to identify, as I've mentioned. So I just want to make sure that the attitude of this board in Pickens County is still basically the same, that we're marketing the byway only in terms of education. It's not to market it, because that will continue to be my argument with the board. So far, we're pretty good. We're working now on trails and on roads within the byway, how much, how many signs, what kind of roads, where we want people to go, identifying trails, for example, that people can access easily from the byway. People who want to stop and get their kids out on the byway but don't want a 3-hour hike with a kid, just want to get in there. So we're identifying those. So I'm just wanting to make sure that this is still the philosophy here, which is what it has been, is to educate and so on.
Rachel?
You know, Dorothy, I can't really weigh in. I feel a little amiss with all the knowledge I should have to weigh in on this, because I'm sure there's those who feel a little differently, you know, and I don't know what that thin line is between just marketing trails versus marketing here are great places to shop and visit.
It's identifying more than marketing, but
Okay.
that's.
Well, you know, I can see marketing as being a small part of this, but I think that identifying more than marketing is very important, so I'd agree with you there. I just know, you know, how often we hear from Redstone about the challenges with the business community there and bringing people in at all to support the local businesses that currently exist. And then, of course, in that Delta Montrose area, they've lost the Meadow Gold milk facility, and they've lost the coal mining in those areas, and they are really, really hurting for jobs and unemployment. And a challenge exists when you're dealing and working with other counties where you're saying, well, don't be sort of heavily dependent on the oil and natural gas industries. Promote tourism, but then we start saying, well, but don't promote too much marketing because then they'll get too busy. You know, so we have to make sure it's not a mixed set of messages when we say that these people can diversify more of their economies into tourism, but then perhaps be seen as withholding some of the tools that do that. So I would have a moderate approach to trying to be inclusive with all the county's needs.
And it isn't to deny their marketing abilities. It's that the West Elk Loop Byway itself should not be the vehicle for that marketing.
Right, and I can see that. So.
That's it.
It sounds like a good philosophy worth further discussion.
It can get into some interesting discussions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think what we want to see is proliferation of signages, billboards.
Oh, yeah.
All along, which scenic byways have sort of the opportunity to do such things.
And Marble is currently asking to join the byway, whereas 20 years ago, if some of you remember, they fought tooth and nail not to be mentioned. They didn't want road signs. They didn't want to be listed. They didn't want to be known to be there.
That's changed
dynamic. Dramatically. So they're petitioning the state organization next week to be added to the West Elk Loop Byway. And as far as Redstone's concerned, we do work with the RCA and try to incorporate enough of that. And your answer on the Alabaster mine is they have to prove that the mineral there is a marketable mineral before they can get permitted. And SVEPA, the Crystal Valley Environmental Protection Association, I'm chairing that again this year, and continues to monitor the mine up there. And that again goes back 20, 25 years to the regulations. So anything you have on those two issues, I appreciate any comment or input or email.
Thank you.
I'll let you know what happens.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for not making me get on the agenda.
Great. With that, we will
reconvene
later, and the swearing-in ceremonies over at the courthouse at noon.
All right, and everyone's invited for a few refreshments afterwards.
Are these our mics now?
Yeah, sorry about that. That's my slacking here.
I said Mike. Well, I said Mike, and that reminded me.
Yeah, and then it went, oh, Mike.
Actually, I went to hear something. I'm like, I don't hear anything. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
My bad.
Patty, are you familiar with these?
No, I'm not.
As long as they're flashing green, you're good.
So
If they start flashing red, you have to push the little...
unless you want to be off the record. I'll have to remember that part of it.
The only thing you gotta be careful of is they're kind of omnidirectional, so they'll pick up all the rest.
I know, that's why I kind of moved everything over. I won't tap. I'll try not to anyway.
Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Board of County Commissioners work session. Today's Tuesday, January 13th, and we have just come from the swearing-in ceremony. We have a brand-new county commissioner here, Patty Clapper.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
Has joined us, and Rob Ittner is no longer on the board, and I right now am serving as vice chairs in that position right now. So the first thing on the agenda is our board appointments to various boards and commissions and appointment of chair and vice chair. John.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. And so at our first regular meeting after our new commissioner or commissioners are sworn in, we go through the process of appointing a chair, vice chair, as well as appointments to various boards and commissions that the commissioners serve on in different capacities. What we have prepared for you is a memo that shows the appointments that were made in 2014, and so there's probably two parts that we need to talk about. One is the chair and vice chair, and it has been the practice of the board to rotate the position of chair and vice chair by district. Now, it's an imperfect system, of course, because elections occur every 4 years and there's 5 of you. So we, from time to time, run into the situation where there is a new commissioner who would be in the rotation to be chair in their first year. And typically what we've done is we've flip-flopped the order in that case. Under the practice of rotating the chair and vice chair by district number, in 2015, we'd be appointing Steve Child as chair and Rachel Richards as vice chair. And in 2016, that would make Rachel chair with Michael Owsley sitting as vice chair. And then really from 2017 on, we start to hit that election cycle again, so we'll need to see how that turns out and how we would address that. But right now, what we're really concerned about are the appointments for 2015 and getting direction from the board as far as those appointments. And so it's staff's recommendation based on our historic rotation and how that's worked, that we would make Steve the chair and Rachel Richards vice chair for next year. And so I guess I'm going to kind of take these one by one, if that's okay with you, and just get nods of heads.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. So, and just so the board knows, we will prepare a resolution that will be on the agenda for tomorrow to officially make these appointments. And then regarding the list of other appointments to the various entities that the commissioners serve on, what has typically been our practice is that commissioners who are currently sitting in an existing capacity, and this would be for example, representation on the Aspen Chamber Resort Association or to Colorado Counties Incorporated or the Colorado River Basin. Typically what we do is that commissioners who are sitting on those committees have the option of continuing on. As we have a new commissioner coming on, Patty, typically the first discussion is whether you'd be willing to take on the roles that of the seat that you're filling. And so in this case, That would be the alternate position to the Aspen Chamber Resort Association, the Northwest Council of Governments. There are a number of them: Rural Resort Region, Workforce Investment Board, Workforce Development Board. Is that it? I think that's it. So I guess I would open it up for board discussion, whether there are any changes that members wish to make, or...
Rachel?
Well, I would just say I am not entirely sure. Patty may be more familiar with some of those Northwest COG positions, because several of those flow from Northwest COG. But I'm not sure if it's the COG board that nominates people or we nominate people for each of those other positions.
The workforce boards and the...
Yeah, I just am not sure. I mean, I know we always had to ratify Rob's appointment by his own board at Northwest COG through us, and so I'm more than happy to support Patty in any of those positions and continuing that workload, but I just am not sure if we make the appointment or they do on some of them.
Like the RRR, for example?
No, more the workforce board. I thought that was a real subcommittee of Northwest COG. I'm not sure that each county has a rep the same way we do with other.
Now, yeah, and I thought we did make those appointments, but there would be a question as to, you know, for example, whether Patty would be in the chair role of the economic development.
Right, or just on that board, and then they make their own board appointments from there. So
can I just ask a question for clarification? Under the rural resort region, does that where the workforce investment, because those are new entities for me. I'm not familiar with the workforce investment board or the workforce development board.
they are sub-boards under Northwest Council of Governments.
But it's on here under rural resort region.
Which is under Northwest Council of Governments, actually. So Rural Resort Region is administered by the Northwest Council of Governments. It is its own program with its own set of appointments.
Right, it was in flux when I left the COG board. Rural Resort had gone off on their own.
It's much more active now.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think Rural Resort is kind of doing less, but the Northwest COG as a whole is doing more.
Okay. And I know that the Economic Development District Board does come in under and under Northwest COG. And yeah, I'm willing, and like I said, I have to do a lot of research and homework back on the rural resort issues and the Workforce Investment Board and Workforce Development Board. But yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay. And the one other kind of small note I'd make is that the Chamber of Commerce doesn't formally have an alternate role. And so when I went to my first meeting as an alternate for the Chamber of Commerce and participated, sat at the table, and it was kind of politely taken aside afterwards and said that none of the other board members have alternates and they don't sit at the table. And we do have it so that if Michael or our main participant is not going to be there, we want to fill it, but it's not as if...
You have to go every time.
You have to go every time. I mean, you can as a member of the public, but there's really not a seat for you as an alternate, unlike other boards.
And the other one would be the alternate to George on the core board, right? Yeah, that works.
I mean, you're welcome to come, but there's really no seat per se.
Yeah. No, I maybe come to the first meeting or so just to get brought up to speed. I've been talking with Mona, so that would be great.
Yeah, I've always been a little bit puzzled by some of the alternate positions. And actually, some of the Northwest COG things, I have gone to some of the meetings. I've never actually been at a meeting or an event where Rob was there. So I think one time he couldn't go, so I did go, but then they have several different kind of subcommittees there's that I've gone to from time to time. Yeah. So I'll probably continue going once in a while as an alternate, but typically I think the alternate is there in case
well, and it's important,
the main
I know,
member can't be there.
Right, and COGA does a vote, so it's important to have that voting entity there. That's why they do have an official alternate.
Yeah. Is everybody on the board happy with the positions that you're in? You want to continue in the same ones?
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody want to have another position that they don't have now? Probably not. We all have a pretty full workload, so.
Okay.
Well, I think we can take that as direction then, and so we will prepare a resolution. We obviously couldn't get it in your packet prior to tomorrow, so we'll hand it out tomorrow. It is posted on the agenda at this point.
Okay.
And Steve, since we ended early, I wonder if we might want to, we have maybe a significant open discussion item with the CCI legislative priorities or issue priorities. If you wouldn't mind, we could maybe, before Kevin comes.
Kevin's actually here, but...
Oh, I didn't. That pillar is in the way.
But there might be other people wanting to come for that discussion, so...
I would think...
I think we should proceed along this like you're suggesting.
So I'm going to hand around... every year, Colorado counties ask for counties to prioritize federal issues that basically we would like to have discussed at, I believe, the national conference. Do you want to?
Yeah, CCI will narrow down to either 5 or 6. 6 of the top priorities of all county commissioners, and then do a small write-up on each of those as to why they're important to Colorado counties. And then that will be the unified message that the group as a whole who is going to DC to lobby will be presenting to our legislators throughout the state of Colorado. They usually line up one day where they've rented a room in the Capitol, and those legislators will come by for a real quick 25-minute, 30-minute at the most with their staff to hear from us and offer some of their issues they're working on. And so we've talked about this a little before. Everyone's familiar with it. Each of the 5 commissioners gets to vote. It's not a county thing. We don't have to reach a county consensus. And that is one of the real smallest places where having 5 commissioners is an advantage, that we have 5 votes. And, you know, it's a little bit of a game theory exercise here, in that there's some ones there that we really don't support at all, and others that are important to us. And so it's kind of important to vote to try to keep some unity of the good issues at the top of the program. There was one year where guns rose to the top. It was several years ago. Second Amendment rights were submitted, and it did rise to the top, but because it was such a divisive issue, they never actually really presented it or talked on it, and they just talked on the other 5 priorities. So we want to have a consistent message. And this is not due until next Friday. So we could kind of formally all hand them in or discuss them further next Tuesday. We don't have to discuss them now. To me, one of the most critical ones is always the payment in lieu of taxes and permanent funding on that. That almost always rises to the top. And so it may or may not be worth one of your votes if we want to take some other things forward more. But there's a lot of very important items, as you can see, everything from the public land transfer and management issues, which is not something that we really like so much here, that concept. Whereas other things are the nutrition assistance program, where we've seen severe cuts back on starting to occur on food stamp, food assistance programs for residents. Issues such as the funding Medicaid, not passing more of that on to the states. The Marketplace Fairness Act is so that there be even levels of competition between bricks and mortar businesses and internet composition from Amazon. The fact that they don't have to pay any taxes kind of really is detrimental to local Main Street businesses. As a board, we've supported the immigration reform efforts in the past, and so it's something that we should all kind of think about what are our top, but to the extent we can at least get 3 or 4 of them in unity with all 5 votes, that will help us perhaps not have to fight worse issues. So that's kind of my entire, the block grants for states has always been really important. Social services funding, I'm sure Nancy and Dean could, give us a earload on those. It's a constant battle with the federal government in some components who would like to just turn it all over to one block grant for the states. It's inadequate to cover all the needs and then say it's done. Let the states decide how to do it. And find ways to continue to cut back. So that's my take on this exercise. So we should all look for things that are the ones which we can most support.
Patty?
Could you give me a little bit of just explanation on the FAA, the two FAA issues, especially the FAA reauthorization, where you think that might stand and how that might affect our issues with what we're trying to do at our own airport?
Well, I think the FAA reauthorization there, number 2, is probably really important for us. That's the funding and the programs of fund. We've all also seen, of course, that transportation funding has not been long-term funded for quite a while. Roads, and there seems to be some discussion of actually raising the gasoline tax a few pennies since the prices are so low now. But the transportation fund at the federal level has been insolvent for a while, and it's only continuing to pay out because of transfers from the general fund, which are borrowed monies. But you're really right about the FAA one there. I'm not as familiar with the air tower program. And John, if you want to shop any of these through our various departments for what they think the priorities are, that could be helpful.
Well, and I think there are some, Steve, if you don't mind me jumping in there, consistent with positions that we've taken and strategic priorities. So on the first page, the broadband deployment and adoption fits squarely with one of the 6 strategic initiatives that the board's directed staff to pursue in terms of ubiquitous broadband. This may not cover cell, but you need that broadband in order to expand the cellular service. The FAA reauthorization, which is really not a tax issue. These are all fees and aviation fuel taxes. Typically when the FAA isn't authorized, it's a little bit of a gamesmanship on the budget side to show a reduction on expenditures, but it's really on revenues that couldn't have been used for anything else. So a little bit of an accounting piece there. Patty, to answer your earlier question, the contract tower FCT program right now doesn't really impact our airport that much, but would impact smaller rural airports. But the FAA reauthorization, immigration reform is one that the board has taken, I think, a consistent position of support on. PILT and rural school funding is an issue that we've consistently written several letters on. I'm sorry, I'm on the 3rd page now. Going on to the 4th page, the transportation reauthorization. And then there's, Rachel, as you pointed out, there are a number of other ones that would be perfectly appropriate, but in terms of kind of initiatives and funding streams that we've been concerned about, historically, I certainly encourage the board to look at those from a staff perspective.
George? Yeah, the only other one that really pops out for me, especially based on this morning's discussion with the Forest Service, is to support
the full funding.
Full funding for funding adequately, not full funding, just support adequate funding for the Forest Service. I think that would be very important for our county. The other one that popped out for me is on the first page, early childhood development. Of course, we have that initiative in the Valley, from cradles to career, and I think that would be important. I mean, there's, as you said, Rachel or John, there's several more of these that we are very interested in, but those 2 pop out for me that we haven't discussed yet.
Yeah. I would just, the one thing I would do is kind of make PILT my last vote. It's important it rises to the top, so it becomes one of the 6 and pushes something else out, but I wouldn't use my ranking of 1 through 5 for PILT.
Because we're assuming all the counties are going to be supporting that anyway.
That's right, and we'll have a chance to push other priorities to the top, but again, I would at least give it my last vote to make sure that happens.
So we're voting by prioritize or just checking?
I think that's an interesting, so that the only direction really along that, with this in mind, please indicate the 6 issues that you think are most important for the group to
Okay.
raise in our collective meetings with the delegation. And so I don't know if we want to prioritize or just identify the six.
I just, maybe that's coming from my own recollection, but I always saw it, I put down first, second, third, fourth, fifth,
Right.
sixth. And I don't know that they are scoring them on that level.
Yeah,
But
it doesn't-
it doesn't hurt to do it that way.
So I
but-
can check with CCI though before we go through the exercise, and we can shoot out an email to you.
Okay.
What I'd suggest is if the board could take a little bit of time going through this, then we can set aside some time at our next work session to kind of go over and see if we can get coordinated on some number of these.
And some being coordinated is important because like the PILT funding, there's a whole lot of counties in Colorado that don't have any federal land there. And so PILT funding doesn't mean anything to them unless they just want to support the counties that do have it.
Yeah.
So
True.
that's something like that. We need to kind of get all of our votes together on something that the other county commissioners aren't going to be voting for it.
So Steve, I think George is right about looking at the early childhood education, but I think we might want to run the Older Americans Act, Reauthorization Act by Marty Ames and see how that may or may not affect our senior services funding. Should be a good resource for that.
You know, when you read through it, you can just see how many issues there are.
Yeah,
that
there are a lot.
on the forefront. So we'll discuss this again next week, and we'll get something in from everyone by the end of next Tuesday and have Charlotte submit it for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
John, there's one other open item discussion thing, which is the attendance at the Holy Cross Cattlemen's meeting. And I think we could do that real quickly.
You know, I actually made it out without that email. Give me just a second.
I know I can't attend, and already had put in back to staff that I cannot attend. They've invited whether a board of county commissioners would like to attend, and you are already a member.
I'm a member, and I was planning on going. I almost always go to the business meeting. I don't always go to the banquet, but since it's in Rifle now, as long as it go that distance, I would just as soon stay for the
And
whole
so,
thing.
what it is this is a banquet for Saturday, January 24th. It's at the Grand River Conference Center in Rifle. The meeting starts at 12:45, generally goes till 4:30ish or so, it sounds like. And then at 5:30 there's a banquet. Commissioners have been invited to attend the banquet, I believe, and as a member.
And the
you
business
attend.
meeting
And the
both,
business
yeah.
meeting.
And the business meeting actually starts at 12:55 and always has.
And then
And I think that's intentional to get people there, not
is
at
correct.
10 after 1 or something. They get there.
And so, Steve, I don't know if you want to give a little background on what they do at these meetings. I'm not totally
A
clear.
lot of the business meeting, a lot of it is updates from public officials from the Division of Parks and Wildlife and the Forest Service and the BLM. All these different entities give just a brief update on an issue, whatever issues pertain to more cattlemen's interests in western Colorado. And the Holy Cross Cattlemen's Association is pretty much Garfield, Pitkin, and Eagle counties is the area that it covers. There's a separate Mesa County Cattlemen's, but this Cattlemen's Association has been in existence, I think, longer than perhaps any other cattlemen's association in Colorado. It has a really long, storied history. But then the important part of this meeting is the panel discussion, which will be talking about 3 different issues this year on water, the sage-grouse issue, and oil and gas issues. So that's going to be the meat of the thing, where we'll take a bulk of the business meeting in the afternoon.
I'd be glad to have you represent us, Steve. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I know it will be interesting, and Tom Jankowski is one of the ones sitting on that panel, and Kirby Wynn will be on it, and then Fred Jarman, and John Swartout from Governor Hickenlooper's office. Those are the 4 people they list on that panel. So it'll probably be more of an information gathering kind of a meeting, and then just, I know when I've been there before, they appreciated having a Picken County Commissioner there. And I don't really recall seeing many other county commissioners there typically, so. I know that Flavin Cerise would have been there when he was Garfield County Commissioner, because he was a Holy Cross Cattlemen's member. But that's been a long time ago now. So I'd for sure be glad to represent the county, and
Fine with me.
I'll wear my nameplate and.
And have Charlotte make the reservation.
2 hats?
Yeah.
Very good.
I don't typically wear a
Cowboy hat.
cowboy hat. I wear more of a ball cap like Kevin there. Well, let's see, we got one more Division of Wildlife person in. Thank you for coming. Do you have, the 3 of you are here now, or do you have any others coming from the Parks and Wildlife?
John's going to be here. I think there's one more.
Yeah, one more.
One more coming?
Oh, we can get started.
Yeah,
It's best for you guys. That's fine.
Okay. So.
If you want to take a few minutes break, do you guys have
Yeah.
a PowerPoint?
Go ahead and get it set up.
Yeah, why don't you be setting up, and we'll take about a 5-minute break here. Start at 5 after 2. 8-minute break. And that way you can get set
I
up.
love that corner seat that I gave them.
I know.
Let's get started here. Okay, welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, January 13th. Our next item of discussion is wildlife bear management plan, or a bear management plan by the Colorado Department of Parks and Wildlife. And Kevin Wright is here, and I presume that you are Julie Mao. And thank you for being here.
Thanks. Okay, so we're in the process of updating our bear management plan. The last time it was done was in year 2000, and bear populations and conflicts have really changed since that time. So we're due for an update of the plan. And this population, which we call B11, covers the Roaring Fork Valley and the Eagle River valleys, including parts of the upper Colorado River as well. So statewide, black bears are widespread throughout Colorado. Most populations are thought to be increasing or stable. At the same time, the human population in these mountain communities have also increased over the past couple decades. And as a result, then, we've seen a large increase in human bear conflicts. And these especially happen in years when natural forage fails due to frosts or drought or other weather-related conditions. So generally speaking, most populations throughout Colorado are thought to be above the socio-political carrying capacity. And we as an agency, as well as communities, have spent a lot more time dealing with bear conflicts in recent situations. In recent years, we've increased the bear license quotas in order to try to get more harvest and to start reducing the populations. I think most of you have gone through some of this process when we dealt with the elk DAU plans, but so Colorado uses a management by objective approach where so we develop a management plan that's supposed to be updated every 10 years. In addition, our big game season structures are updated every 5 years. And then on an annual basis, then we go through the harvest and collect data on population trends, harvest trends, and then evaluate how many licenses we should issue the following year. Just to back up, so overall, this management plan is meant to give us some guidance on direction for where we want to get to with population. Colorado's split into, or the bear populations are split into what's called DAUs, data analysis units, across the state. These are, for bears, more of an administrative construct, just to define a geographic area to manage locally. And the management plans are meant to establish population objectives that are both biologically and socially acceptable. And in this current planning process, right now we're trying to get input on bear management and to select the objectives for the next 10 years. So V11, as I mentioned, covers the Roaring Fork, including Crystal, Frying Pan, as well as the Eagle side, and then parts of the upper Colorado River. In terms of population size and trends, we in the past 5 or so years, we ran some density estimates in the Thompson Creek and 4 Mile Creek areas, as well as the upper Roaring Fork. And on average, we estimate that we have about 0.87 bears per square mile. We also ran some population models, and in the plan it details the several different models that we use, but a rough average would be that over that whole area we have about 1,250 bears. We also look at, within the harvest data, we look at the age and sex composition of harvest. The different age and sex classes have different vulnerabilities to harvest, and so based on that, those trends, we can sort of predict whether the populations are increasing, decreasing, or stable. And our current 3-year average data suggests that we have a stable population. This graph shows the total mortality as well as the various types of mortalities, harvest, control, and other, which would include road kills and accidents, dating back to 1979. And the main point here is that we see an increasing trend in total mortality as well as other forms of mortality since about the mid-1990s. And I know it's hard to see in these graphs, but I'll show you on the next slide sort of a zoomed-in view.
What year did you increase the number of bear licenses?
Most recently, 2010 was when we made a significant increase.
There's quite a jump in 2010. Well, then it went down in 2011.
Yeah, if you
for
look
the harvest mortality. Then it went back up in 2012.
Yeah, so if you look at the red lines,
Yeah.
Over time, recently, it's been a lot higher than in the past. It does vary by year, though, because, say, in a good food year, then bears aren't as mobile. They're more concentrated, and so we end up seeing less harvest. In food failure years, where they have to travel a lot more widely, then the rate of encounter with hunters is higher, so then we generally see an increase in success rates. And then control mortality, which includes both urban conflict as well as game damage conflicts. Those spike during years of food failure years as well. So, but overall, this trend in increasing mortality over the decades suggests that probably we've seen pretty significant increase in the population. Our recent 3 years of harvest data, though, suggests that we have a stable population, so maybe we're starting to curb it off to where it's stable, but still high. So this is a look at the last 14 or so years of human-bear-urban conflicts, and these years where there are spikes in conflicts are all years where there was natural food failures. So because of these increasing conflicts from 2005 to 2010, some Colorado State University graduate students ran a study on conflicts and human dimensions, as well as the overall ecology of bears in an urban landscape. So some of their major findings was that so urban foraging by black bears depends on the availability of natural food. So when there's a food failure, then they know where to go to look for trash if it's available. One of the key points was that so there were individuals that were radio collared for multiple years, and their behaviors would change on an individual basis from year to year depending on food availability. So on the one hand, you know, if there's natural food available, then they'll leave town. But if there's garbage available and there's a natural food failure, then they know where to go. They'll come back into town. So their behavior is very adaptable just because they're highly food-driven species and very intelligent as well. So then as far as bear foraging behaviors, what they were seeking out in town, garbage and fruit trees were found to be the #1 and #2 attractants for bears. And in terms of garbage availability, this was, so during that 2005 to 2010 time period, over half of garbage containers were either not bear resistant or not properly secured, so effectively they were not bear proof. They also ran some experiments looking at bear aware education versus law enforcement of ordinances. They found that education, although it's still important, it was not effective in changing human behaviors, whereas repeated ticketing was effective. And then they also did some modeling of bear behavior in terms of foraging behaviors and found that if garbage availability was reduced by up to 70%, then it could reduce the benefits of bears foraging in town, or reduce the forage available for bears in town, as well as increase the risk to bears, like, for example, them getting trapped and removed. So effectively, in sort of a risk-benefit equation, then by reducing garbage by 70%, you could potentially discourage bears from coming into town. So in B11, we have several management priorities. Our major priority right now is dealing with human-bear conflicts. We also want to ensure that there's a high quality of hunting experience for bear hunters, and we want to maintain a sustainable bear population. But in the short term, our main priority is dealing with conflict issues. So in this plan, we've proposed two different alternatives for population objective. Alternative one would be maintaining a stable bear population, so status quo. Alternative two, we would try to decrease the bear population until we saw a reduction in human-bear conflicts, acknowledging the fact that those two things are not necessarily going to be hand in hand.
Steve, can I ask a question?
Yeah, Rich.
In reaching the two alternatives, did you study either kind of an alternative 3 or a hybrid or something that might be how to better effectively manage the human side of human conflict, or how to
less so just because
recommendations, whether they're for
well,
us or municipalities, or
the plan is more to decide on like where to go with the population, because that's what we as an agency have more control over. But there are recommendations in the plan about what we can do on the human side of things. But
okay, because it just seems that perhaps a stable bear population would not be so bad if we were able to more greatly reduce the human conflict from the human side of things, and that a decreased bear population could continue to have a great deal of conflict if we don't manage the human side of it. And so I'm just kind of feeling that there's got to be some alternative 3 that's a little bit more of a stronger combination of the two.
I think you hit the key point, which is that to resolve conflicts, a lot of it is management of humans.
I mean, we just had a somewhat lengthy presentation earlier today about the overuse of the wilderness areas and kind of a declining wilderness ethic among the users and how they're leaving these places. And it seems that maybe we're seeing that declining ethic across a number of areas. And maybe it's not even a declining ethic. Maybe it's just newcomers who aren't familiar. But we need to do more.
I think any alternative that's selected that we do is, like Julie said, it's just really going to be deeply rooted in the amount of cooperation and that we get from the different municipalities and counties within the DAU as far as reducing, the attractants, and mainly it's garbage and fruit trees. So, and that's huge because it's really not happening real well in the DAU at all. There's some, but it's definitely not. When you look at our bear study, what the bear study showed, it showed that you can reduce this and minimize it if you do have a very aggressive and active, enforcement of the ordinances. And that means working with the towns, the counties, the citizens that live there, as well as the trash companies. And so therein lies the big challenge.
Thank you.
Well, so I guess, as far as the two extremes, one would be to go with a stable population and drastically reduce the attractants, and that would be attainable, but maybe not realistic. And at the other far extreme would be to reduce the bear population so much that, numerically, that there just wouldn't be enough bears out there to cause conflicts. Probably neither one of those are very realistic, so we have to find something sort of in the middle.
The one thing we have the most control over is the bear population itself, trying to do what we can to control the bear population itself, and from our agency. So.
Okay. Well, Kevin, that's from your standpoint. The one thing you have control over is maintaining the bear population, being it greater or less. I think the one thing that we as electeds have control over is maybe that enforcement issue and what we do with the education, the enforcement, the bringing the 70% of containable trash and fruit trees into our jurisdictional control. And I know that's something we've talked about doing for years, and it's gotten better at some points, and it hasn't gone anywhere in others, and I think that's something we really need to take seriously. I would rather see us really put the hammer down on the enforcement, let me put that ahead of education, rather than looking at punishing the bears even further.
Well, the one thing, when you looked at the bear study, and they did when she looked at enforcement and education and stuff, I use an example. She'd go around all the construction sites, talk to the construction manager, post things in the big dumpsters and all that. Did the education first, went back and resampled and stuff like that. And there's still 70% non-compliance with construction sites. And I still believe that happens today. I see it all the time. And all it does is bring the bears to the construction site, starts getting them used to the trash, because all the workers, and it's up to the construction manager really to manage that, and the workers, they just toss their stuff in the dumpsters. So, that's one thing, since we're on this, that I think the county could do. And I would highly encourage the county to consider hiring a 6 to 7 month temporary that they do enforcement, and go from a reactive type of enforcement that you have now to a proactive type of enforcement where you actually go out and look in the hot spots. There's certain hot spots throughout the county, where it be ABC or Red Mountain, Buttermilk. There's certain areas that are real hot spots that have a lot of non-compliance, where it be in residential or in the business community. So I think that would really help a lot.
I know the dumpster that we use at the monastery, all summer long it is latched with a little, just like it's supposed to be. Or depending on the dumpster, sometimes they'll have the bar across the top, and there's always a hook. So it's 2 extra steps you have to do to throw anything in there.
Right.
And I can see at a construction site, they want to do things as fast as possible with as few motions as possible. Right. And
What's
that's
the big
maybe why they don't comply with the,
Well, it's the big roll-offs too. I mean, what they throw all their construction trash in, whether they're remodeling or building, you know, they just, anything scrap stuff goes in that big roll-off and it gets taken away and stuff. And unless that construction manager really stays on top of it, they're gonna throw their lunches and everything else in there, and you know, it really, it'd be a major help to have that actively enforced and stuff. Snowmass Village, for example, does do that. They every week they go by every construction site and they'll draw up and look in the dumpster. And if it's on a Friday afternoon or Friday evening and the guy's gone home to parachute, they call him up and say, this is your choice. You know, you can either come up here right now and remove this, or you're going to get a, you know, starts with a $250 ticket. There's guys that drive all the way from parachute all the way up to get that site cleaned. And they know if they're in Snowmass Village that, you talk to the construction people, they know that if they don't comply, they're going to get a ticket.
so on a construction site, they would have to make it work, they'd have to have a smaller bear-proof thing to put their food waste in.
Correct. Which is,
and all the construction waste can go in the big roll-off thing, but there's no
which is
food,
per your
food in
land
there.
use code right now.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of having it enforced.
They have to have
Actively
one on the
enforced.
construction site. It's part of their construction management plan. It's just whether or not they properly utilize
using
what's
it.
available to them.
Right.
And Snowmass also gives out awards for those who do it right.
Yeah.
So they acknowledge those who follow the rules out there, and that's a real positive reinforcement.
Right. You know, and Rhea and Carrington have done a great job and stuff, but it's usually once a problem exists, and then they're going to get it corrected and stuff. So instead of being that reactive, it'd be nice to be proactive and actually have somebody that, you know, doesn't have all these other job duties that they have, and go out and actually actively enforce as well as educate. You got to do both. But education without enforcement doesn't reduce conflict.
Well, and just to get back to your original question, so this is still in draft form, so if you guys have any suggestions for other alternatives, we'd like to hear them. And we did consider some other alternatives, but the metrics that we're using to gauge whether, you know, we get to alternative 1 or 2, or if we added a third one, it was hard to discern between them, so we ended up just boiling it down to 2 alternatives. So to look a little more closely at what each alternative would involve in terms of license quotas and hunting opportunity, hunting success and quality, and impacts on human-bear conflicts. So under alternative 1, license quotas would remain probably high, similar to recent years for a while, until we started seeing the population metrics show that the population was in decline, and then we would probably need to cut back on quotas after a certain amount of time. Whereas under alternative 2, we would maintain the quotas at a higher level for a sustained amount of time. As far as hunting success and quality, under alternative 1, it would probably be similar to recent years. Under alternative 2, as the bear population starts declining, we'd probably start seeing lower success rates, and as the age structure becomes younger, then potentially less quality as far as what hunters are looking for. And then, as we've already touched on, in terms of human-bear conflicts, it really depends a lot on the human side of the equation as well. So without any changes in the management of garbage and other attractants, then under alternative 2, we would probably have to reduce the bear population so much. And we may never get there because hunters may lose interest in hunting areas that have a low bear density. And then, well, we've already talked about this quite a bit, but just to reiterate that we really would need to do both things, reduce the bear population as well as reduce attractants in order to minimize human-bear conflicts. So what we're looking for from you guys is some comments on the draft plan and any other issues and concerns that you have about bears and human-bear conflicts. And if you have a preferred alternative. And the deadline that we're asking to receive written comments is March 15th.
George?
A couple questions. One, how would you view the bear population now in terms of its health? Because I know in the past, Kevin, when we've talked about the elk population, you've been concerned and said the elk population is not healthy. But how about the bear population?
I think it's kind of hard because bears don't allow themselves to be surveyed in senses like deer and elk will. I mean, the only really good way we have of actually surveying a population is running our hair snare surveys, where we go out and you set some wire at the bait inside, and the bear goes through, and the wire collects the hair. You go and pull that hair off and send it in for DNA, and then you start doing it's like a capture-recapture type thing. I think the bear population is in a way very healthy. We have a lot of bears over the years since I've been here in 30 years. Obviously, the bear population's higher than what it has been. Now, there's various people have various ideas of why that is, but we do have a very strong bear population. We're seeing big bears. I'm seeing bears in the 500 to 600 pound range, and we're seeing a lot of the bears in the smaller category. So we're seeing that. You can see in some of these hard food years like 07, 09, 12, where we have to actually come in and remove a lot of conflict bears over time and through total mortality, or it be road kills, our kills, or hunter harvest. You can look at the tooth analysis and you'll start to see maybe a cohort missing, one age group missing because of the amount of mortality in that age group. The one thing that you see is that in a totally wild population where you have a natural food failure year, that sow should absorb the conceptus and not give birth, basically. Or if she does give birth, she may give birth to one cub. What we're seeing around here, what we saw in the bear study, is that we're still having twins and triplets in hard food years. That's an indication that they're still getting into quite a bit of artificial food, to maintain that. Now, what happens with those afterwards, what's the mortality level of those animals? Is it higher then? And it could be those subadults that come out of the den and stuff like that could be a higher mortality, even though we're having more cubs. It could be a higher mortality on that too. So it's I think we do have I don't think there's an officer in our room here wouldn't argue that we don't have more bears than what we used to have.
So if we were able to find a way to cut down on the artificial food access, that population may drop down a little bit and not be as productive. Is that what you're saying?
Theoretically, yeah. It's just there's a lot of artificial food sources. I mean, where it would be from Vail to Aspen, everything in between. And until we get a grasp on that amount of artificial food, it's going to be difficult to show. You can look at other states, in the nation that have dealt with human-bear conflicts too. There's some places where there just isn't a trash issue. I mean, you look at Canmore or some of those places like that, trash isn't an issue. They have more trouble with tourists trying to feed the bears than they do with the trash issue. So, but human-bear conflicts are huge throughout the nation, and there's conferences on them every year.
So what gets publicized here a lot, obviously, are the bears in town, because of the accessible food sources, lots of restaurants, homes. But I'm just curious, if you look up and down the valley, perhaps on a per capita basis, Aspen, Basalt, Carbondale, even Redstone, how would you equate where the largest problem is based on a per capita sort of situation?
I think, if I know what you're getting at, to me we look at the conflicts that we get, the number of calls coming into our office, or the number of calls that Ree gets or the city of Aspen gets. And obviously with a larger human population center, you're going to have more problems. in that area. So if you look at the town of Carbondale, it's really not sitting in a very good bear habitat. I mean, basalt a little bit better, you know, but they have some issues obviously. Redstone's it's pretty good. There's some pretty high densities of bears just right above Redstone in East Creek and all through that area and stuff. But it's such a small community, and if they do buckle things down, they don't have the issues that we have here. But with the human population we have up here, whether it be from, you know, part-time residents or tourists or whoever, there's a lot of people coming in and out of this valley, in this upper valley, and we're just seeing so much availability. And you know, we've really, I think the education's been out there. I mean, it's we've been on TV, we've been on radio, City of Aspen's done it, Pickens County's done it, newspapers. When we get conflicts, we'll, you know, a lot of times if we have the time, we go up to the house and walk through the house. We do everything we can to try and educate, but it hasn't, education alone just doesn't reduce that conflict. You can go to one house where they say, well, I've had the bear break in 5 times. We finally thought we'd call you. And I was like, why'd you wait till the 5th time to call me? Because every time that happens, the bear learns. But I go back to that same house year after year after year. And it gets to the frustration level. And when we do have a hard food year, I mean, probably 80 to 90% of our officer time is tied up with bears. We don't do land use. We don't do habitat work. We don't do law enforcement. We're just doing bears. And something's got to give. You know, Perry doesn't want to see us just doing bears all the time. Mm-hmm. So, you know, the one thing we have control is to try and drive this population down, but we really need the counties and the city's help in the other aspects of bear management, which is food sources.
Are you giving this same presentation to City Council?
No.
Have you ever given a presentation to City Council?
We've offered before to come in and give the results of the bear study and have not been invited, so.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that always surprised me is even last year when we had so many violations with restaurants in town, and of course they should be getting fined by the city, but you would think that they would understand and be able to confine and protect their food waste.
Well, you know, I think something that to me and that would be really powerful in this valley, and if the county, the City of Aspen, the City of Carbondale, Basalt, Garfield County, and Glenwood Springs, if they would get together and actually go to the trash companies, similar to what Steamboat Springs is doing right now, and saying, if you're going to provide containers in this valley, this is the container you're going to provide. You're going to have a certified bear-proof container instead of some of the stuff that they're providing. Because the stuff they're providing, a lot of it is not, they're not certified. You know, the Bear Saver is not a certified container. It's failed after failure after failure. And that's what Waste Management uses. There's some other ones, the Toter and some of these other ones. There's one out of Arizona I've been trying to get up here, but he won't let us market it because it's for a fully automatic dump truck or garbage truck. I'm trying to get them to let us do that because the market here would be huge, and it is the best container in the nation. Never been defeated. So, but I think if all these, you know, political agencies can come together and go to these trash companies and say, if you want to do business in town, your license is going to say that you have to provide a certified bear-proof container. Okay, that's for the small containers. Then we still have the dumpster issue to deal with. There are certified 3-yard dumpsters and things like that, but they're expensive, very expensive. But again, if you look at like at Waste Management, they're the biggest waste hauler in the nation. There's really no reason they can't provide a certified container. You know, some of the times when I go to these houses and they say, well, this is what the trash company brought me and I want a certified container. It's a plastic 90-gallon PV, you know, 90-gallon container with 2 little wires coming over with clips on the side, and that's supposed to be bear-proof. And the people think it is because that's what the trash companies provided. So, you know, I've gone to each of the trash companies and you know, minimal success. So, but I think as a political agencies, if everybody could get together, they're going to have to address it.
I mean, we may have some leverage on that since we're contracted with Waste Management for our recycling, John.
You know, I think part of the challenge is you know, we do have the unincorporated areas and we have the incorporated areas, and we've got a lot of haulers. It's not just,
Right.
and I think
It's just
this is
not,
where-
yeah, it's not easy.
We've probably got 8 or 9 haulers working in a community this small, so it's really finding a way to coordinate. And Kevin and I have had a conversation about this, you know, and looking at, you know, are there some alternatives through our ordinance authority or through the relationship with the landfill, and it's just difficult to coordinate. But doesn't mean that we don't continue to work on it and continue to look at it. Certainly on the enforcement side, we've been trying to be responsive, but as Kevin said, it's more reactive once issue has occurred that we're doing the enforcement versus up front.
And having a unified pickup day within a neighborhood would help as well.
These are all the types of things, but we need to get it coordinated with the municipalities, or at least with Aspen and probably Basalt. I think Snowmass, because of the way they're organized right now, with their pickup and such, they're probably...
They're their own hauler, yeah. There's really not much of a trash problem in Snowmass Village.
Yeah.
Patty?
I just wanted to tag on to what George said about the city of Aspen seeing this presentation, and I don't know how the rest of the board feels. I think it's imperative that the city of Aspen see this because, you know, those of us who live here in town see the bear issues in town in the summers. Almost seems like on a daily basis. There's a bear up a tree here, a bear in an alley there, or in someone's home, and I think that either through the chairman of the board or through, don't we have a joint meeting coming up with the
That's
city?
what I was thinking, is
Bring
make
that
it
up
an
as a
agenda
topic and see if they, I can't imagine that city council itself wouldn't want to see this. But I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, you know, I did not see one bear this year
You need to hang out on the
out
mall.
on the countryside.
You want me to bring you some?
You see the bears in town.
And they were big.
I'll see evidence of bears out on the ranch. I'll find their scat with grass in it. I'll find turned over rocks and torn apart logs and things like
Looking
that.
for grubs.
But I did not see one bear this summer. And that just shows where the bears are urban dwellers here in Pickens County to a large extent.
It was a food failure year this year, from basically Snowmass Creek down, Snowmass Village down. There basically wasn't anything. There was hardly any acorns, basically no serviceberry, handful of choke cherries. As we got up in and around Aspen, we had a little bit. We had better. We had a few more serviceberry, a few more choke cherries, and some more acorns, but they kind of went through those in a hurry and they came right back into town. So these food failure years will really dictate what kind of a conflict year we're going to have, and where those bears are and whether sportsmen can get to them or not. The one thing we did as far as our harvest objectives go is here 3 years ago or so, we split the unit. So instead of, before when you used to be able to get a bear license, you'd be able to hunt anywhere, basically from Vail to Aspen. And so what we did, then we narrowed it down, well, you got to hunt in this section here. So, but what we did is we split Game Management Unit 43 in half. And so from Capitol Creek up, where you live, up toward Aspen and through the Woody Creek area and stuff, is a license that forces that hunting pressure in this upper valley. And then if people have the other license, they hunt from there down. So, and we have seen an increase in harvest, more harvest up valley than we have in the past. But it's any time you're starting to harvest the bears and try and dry, it's a long-term thing. It's not going to be overnight. I can't say, yeah, we're going to go out and harvest this many bears and your conflicts are going to go down right away. It's a very long-term deal.
And even within those years, since like 2010 when we increased quotas, the number of bears harvested per year in some of these conflict years has paled in comparison to the number that have been killed due to conflict. So
Conflict or road kills. I mean, I think our road kills this year is the highest I've ever seen it since I've been here.
Rachel?
Yeah, similar to Patty, I think that we should definitely add this as a topic for our next joint city-county meeting. And as you know, co-conveners of that meeting, we could certainly invite you in to make a brief presentation, have a good discussion.
Do you have the date?
No, we don't have it set up, but.
Yeah, it's in
February 3rd.
Is it February 3rd?
Or, hold on, let me just double check.
Yeah, that's when I'm gone.
Okay. But I think that that would be, especially in preparation for the summer coming up, it's timely. The other, thing I'll just throw out there is that, I've talked about before when we were more in that recycling ordinance and recycling mode of, let's review our waste hauler ordinance so that we could see if, at that time, the interest was, required recycling pickup without it being an additional fee, which is similar to what the city has done. Now, we didn't go there, but it just reminds me that that ordinance perhaps needs to be reviewed. I mean, I'm not sure that we've looked at it in quite a while of what the standards are that we're asking from the haulers or anything. But kind of finally, I don't think it's fair for us to focus entirely on the city. We know the construction site problems. We know, other issues that are out there, people leaving their dog food out and things like that. But we also have our landfill, and landfill has continued to be a problem. During one of the last bad food years, we really talked at some length about whether we should try to electrify a fence around part of that area or not. And then we had some good food years and really wasn't a pressing issue anymore, and we haven't discussed it again. But, we certainly have an attractive nuisance up at the landfill right now, and that provides food of some sort, whether they're eating it mixed in with a lot of mud and compost or not. But, we have a role to play in our infrastructure in this as well.
It's not just, it's not just the city. I mean, there's hot spots in the county too. ABC is the county. Red Mountain is the county. There's certain east of Aspen.
They just don't get the pictures in the paper the same way.
They don't get the notoriety that the city receives and stuff. It's obviously in the county it's more dispersed, and you don't have probably the concentration and all the tourists, and you don't have a lot of tourists going to ABC.
Hanging out watching
you got the workers there and stuff. So.
Do you have a question? You talk about the 70% attainment for enforcement or managing trash. What other municipalities, or are there any in this study area, this management plan area unit, that don't have any kind of a bear or wildlife management ordinance?
I think about the only one is Gypsum, I think. Gypsum, I mean, Avon, Beaver Creek, almost everybody has it. Garfield County does not.
Does Gypsum have an issue of concern, or
Not really. They're not really sitting in good bear habitat. There's certain areas outside of Eagle. Vale is really, you get up around Vale, Edwards is where we have
Eagle County has their own ordinance, so.
And then, Glenwood Springs has an ordinance, and they're looking at, and they're trying to readdress that, and they're starting to look at a little more stringent enforcement.
Even Carbondale's
in there.
looking.
But the thing with Glenwood Springs is too, you look at West Glenwood and you look along Midwood Avenue, one side is the county, one side is the city.
Yeah.
The county
We know
doesn't
that
want an ordinance, the city has one, so that's an issue there. But just about every place else here, I know Basalt's is trying to take a more aggressive approach.
They had more
And
issues this year.
I think maybe Greg Knott's been really on top of it and really trying to get some improvements made with the town of Basalt. And I know he's the one that was kind of mentioning, we had talked about it too, trying to get everybody together and address the trash companies themselves too. So,
Looking, Rachel, you mentioned the landfill, and ours is one of the few landfills that takes food waste in all of, I don't know, maybe almost all of western Colorado or something, a pretty large area. And we're actually looking at doing some kind of a food waste pickup in Aspen to take it to the landfill.
I know I was going to talk about that.
We'd have to have a whole other set of bear-proof containers to put the food waste into.
Well, exactly. I think
picked up.
If the county is going to promote composting, we need to make sure wherever that food product is coming from, where it's a residential area, or it's ABC, or whether they're picking stuff up from the city, is that those places are provided a certified bear-proof container for that food waste.
Yeah. And then at the landfill end, I don't know if they've gotten the new grinder yet, have they, John?
I believe we're up and running.
I think it's gotten into the budget, but they haven't gotten it yet. But the plan is food waste is ground up the day it comes in and gets mixed in with the human waste and the ground up construction lumber and everything is all mixed up together.
Those bears love it up there. I mean, they'll actually dig right, almost like a little cave, right down in that
Going for that
stuff.
apple.
And they just love it. So
You know, Kevin, we at the at the Smuggler Trailer Court, we are part of the city composting program, but we have you know at our you know we have dumpsters, but we have a bear-proof dumpster shed, which works. I mean, the bear tries to get in every now and then, and we shore it up again, and the bear, but we put up the compost in special compost bins, and we haven't had an increase in that neighborhood because it's done right.
yeah.
And that's the key.
That's
We
the key.
store the stuff in our homes in special containers. We carry it down and dump it. And so we haven't had those issues. And I would hope that if the city, because I know the city's looking and the county's been looking into that, expanding that composting. But I think one of the problems you have with the dumpsters in the alleyways in town or at the ABC is the inability to contain them in something that if the dumpster's not bear-proof, then the facility that it's in should be or could be. And also it's the odor. Odor is such a huge factor.
Odor will be there, yeah. I mean, it'll always be in the big dumpsters. You're going
Yeah.
to have the odor. And
When you have those food waste.
I guess in an ideal world, what I'd love to see is the dumpsters here are certified bear-proof dumpsters. I mean, they have them out there. They're there. They're available. They cost money.
Then we get a deal if we buy them in bulk.
You would. You can get a deal on anything when you buy it in bulk, but it's still a lot. And I mean, even the replacement program where we're just gradually replacing these things would really, anything like that, especially in the hot spots, would really be helpful. When you have gaps in your dumpster lids like that, a bear can reach right in between the lids.
Rachel and then Mike.
Yeah, just briefly to clarify, you know, it's not about focusing all on the composting program because that's relatively containable. But for the people who don't compost their food, it's in the regular garbage, and then they dig up the daily cover. So let's not focus on one area, but I think that as we go through with our continuing efforts at reorganizing and master planning the landfill and its long-term health, a whole bear chapter and bear management is a necessary piece to that.
Michael?
You don't really have any recommendations. I mean, you've given us some verbal recommendations, but I think, from my point of view, I would not like to concentrate on bear reduction through harvesting, but I would like to enact all the recommendations that are recommended by the Parks and Wildlife, and this doesn't really have any recommendations. So you've mentioned them. Same pickup day, certified dumpsters, so forth and so on. And if we had that recommendation, and we could incorporate it in our ordinances, and we could persuade other jurisdictions to follow what we're doing. And I think we can be motivated easily to do exactly what you recommend. But everybody's come up with their own particular solution here.
Sure.
But I think we have to have a totally integrated solution. It's a recommendation from Parks and Wildlife, and we would need that because you guys are the authority on it, and everybody's an authority on what's happened to them with a bear, but they don't really have the kind of viewpoint that you do. So that's what I would ask from you.
I would be happy to do that.
And that you also present it to every jurisdiction and every municipality that you deal with. And so it's unified, it's valley-wide, and we can deal with this in a productive way. Until then, it's just going to be anecdotal and piecemeal. So,
John?
And Kevin, I don't know if you have this available, but I know you talked about the certified bear containers. It's not clear to me who certifies these. There's a lot of companies out there that say they've got certified. Do you guys have an organization?
It's through the IGBA, Interagency Grizzly Bear Association. And they do the West Yellowstone testing. So they actually produce you go to the website and they'll produce a list of what is certified and what is not certified. They usually maintain it pretty well. The things I always caution people are, you just got to look at the container, and there's better bear-proof containers out there than others. You know, and at the one point in time when Bear Saver came here and we went to Bear Saver, they were certified. Then they changed the design of their container after they were certified, and they refused to go back and have it retested. And now what's happened with that container is, I think Waste Management themselves, I think, is putting in another reinforcement on the container to try and make it, but it's still not certified. And I said, well, have it go up and have it tested. And so far that has met with resistance. So I really can't stress enough that if you're going to have a container, it needs to be a certified container, not just one that the trash company says this should work. It needs to be a certified container.
So do they take them out into the wild and let the bears jump on them and stuff?
They basically
I'd love to see videos.
got it. Yeah. They do it out of West Yellowstone, and what they'll do is if somebody has a container, they'll fill the container with food, smear peanut butter or whatever else on the hinges and everything. They put it in this big cage area, and they turn out 2 or 3 grizzlies. And I'd like to see a testing program with black bears versus grizzlies. I think a black bear can get into a container better than a grizzly. And that hasn't happened yet. I think it's been talked about, but we'll see if it ever goes. But the container has to pass. It takes a certain amount of time. And if the container doesn't get breached within that certain time, then they go ahead and certify it. So.
Wow.
John, I was thinking it would be a good idea if we had staff review our, like the land use code provisions for whatever ordinances and provisions we have on the books today. If we could get all those in one place and maybe have further discussion about this, and look at possible revisions to our different codes. And I think we really have to keep close tabs too at the landfill. We were talking about doing the electric fence around the area, and now the composting area is a defined area that's going to stay in the same place. So we could actually do an electric fence around there. And I noticed on the damages to beehives was really high one year, and then there was never any more, and I presume that was the year when they all put electric fences around the beehives, so they don't have a problem anymore.
Electricity is the best thing since sliced bread. I mean, it really is. It's the #1 deterrent for bears. You can electrify everything. And, the things I've seen electrified is unbelievable, but it works well. And which I'm just going to mention one more thing if I can have. Chickens. Everybody's trying to grow chickens now. If you're a bear manager, if you talk to other bear managers throughout Montana, Wyoming, Idaho, wherever, they're basically become the scourge of the West, because everybody wants to have chickens, which we understand, but you need to bear-proof them, because the chicken coop will draw in every little predator in the world, whether it be a bear, lion, bobcat, weasel, ox, everything. And so when I would encourage the county to consider having something in their code about electrified chicken coops. That would help, because the first thing, as soon as the bear starts getting into a chicken coop, our phone rings. And they want the bear dead or they want the bear removed for a $2.50 chicken. So, I mean, what do we do? But they are considered livestock.
Yeah,
so
and they're damaging control.
So technically a landowner is entitled to shoot a bear if it's getting into his chickens. So, I mean, we just need to, to me, it's being smart when you live in bear country. And electrify your coops. It's going to stop most of your problem right away. And then there's another thing that's going on in the valley too, is the fruit tree initiative.
The heritage apple tree.
And when what I saw in the paper, it was like, what happens when a bear gets into your fruit trees? Well, people promoting the initiative were saying, well, they just won't get a production that year. Well, I guarantee you what's going to happen the first time a bear gets into a fruit tree, which happens, we get called. And get this bear out of my orchard, get this bear out of my fruit trees. Now, we address fruit trees in the land use code from a landscaping standpoint, but we don't have anything in there regarding if somebody wants to start planting a bunch of fruit trees or something like that to grow. I mean, if you're going to have those again, you need to have it fenced from a deer and elk perspective, and you need to have it electrified from a bear perspective.
Because that's the Mid-Valley Initiative, is the heritage
apple
trees.
Well, it is. I mean, and people don't realize that, but we have, bears getting into fruit trees all over the place, whether it be Holland Hills or Emma, all the way through. And obviously we know what happens with bears and crabapple trees. So But people get upset when that bear gets in there, starts eating somewhat of a natural food. It's not getting in trash or anything else, but it's eating the fruit, but it's breaking the limbs, it's breaking the branches of the tree. It brings the bear there, brings the bear closer to the home, brings the bear into town, whatever it is, or into ABC or wherever it is. It brings the bear there, and there lies the conflicts start.
We actually have that in our land use code for any new residential buildings in terms of prohibiting
No fruit trees.
But you look at an area like Emma, which traditionally is orchards, and so you've got 100-year-old trees that have been there, and that's just the reality of it.
That's the reality of it, but if we have an initiative promoting more and more fruit trees, we're going to have more and more conflict.
Right, and as I say, we have part of our land use code addresses that specifically.
But I think that's in
terms of
landscaping.
new. No, it's not landscaping.
Is it not landscaping?
It deals specifically with
just new
with
fruit
bear.
trees.
I would echo Michael's comments that, provide us with some recommendations. I remember a couple of years ago, you provided us with a recommendation to do round outdoor knobs, and I think we're probably the only county in the country that does that.
Thank you so much, so.
I mean, we take your recommendations to heart.
Yeah, I mean, that's been great, as far as I'm concerned, so.
Except for the ones they just smash and make them swear.
Well, that's a poor quality doorknob if they do that.
The other thing, just
Oh, I was just going to say that, yes, while we do have restrictions in planting and landscaping with fruit trees, we're getting more and more, we're seeing more in the countryside of people wanting to have their homestead farming type plots, and people are coming up with planting orchards today in areas we might not have suspected before, which is part of an agricultural production. So we are coming up on some of these issues that we hadn't in the past. So, Kevin's right, we've got to, while we do have some, we do need to revamp some of the new circumstance with orchards.
And I guess my last comment is, as you said earlier, this is not a problem we're going to resolve immediately. And so if we could start chipping away by addressing some of these artificial food sources, that probably would take a big chunk out of your work. So you have to sort of see what we can really actually do from a code point of view, and have municipalities join in with that effort.
That'd be great. I mean, baby steps, it's all little steps to meet that goal.
Rachel?
I agree with everything that's been said and moving into a good direction. But I think we need to have a conversation as our board about the, crab apples in front of the courthouse. They can be quite an attractive nuisance. And I remember one year when everything was bad and Hillary put out a call for everyone humanly possible in the county to go out there and pick all the crab apples off as quickly as possible. And the city changed its streetscape designs, where it used to be crab apples were the preferred planting in the sidewalk areas. And they changed that a while ago, and they've either gotten some of the fruitless crab apples or, whatever. And so I don't mean to bring up a sacred cow, but, I don't want to keep talking about nuisance food. And then, we have this glaring example right outside in front of the courthouse. And, perhaps that there's a more appropriate tree type that we should consider replanting there and work on that.
Okay. Well, thank you, Kevin.
Just one last thing, real quick. Yeah. My supervisor, Perry Well, I think everybody knows him. John Groves is back there, the Carbondale officer, and then Matt Sheeta, the frying pan for Pickett County as well. So also direct any questions in those areas too, if you guys want to. Everybody's phone's open, so.
Well, Kevin, I've always been a big supporter of, if the bears have 3 strikes, you're out. What do we do when the humans have 3 strikes?
Microchip in your tag.
Well, jail time, I mean, we've talked about that before. I mean, you have to really, when people violate 3 times, I mean, it's fair for the bear, what's fair for the human side of the conflict?
Put an ear tag in the peephole.
That's right. They got them, look like, yeah. And the second, they'll just wear them gloriously. They'll put diamonds in them, I don't know.
Thank you for your report, Julie.
But I was serious about your recommendations, and I would like those recommendations.
I will.
And because it's the only way that we can effectively get this done.
Well, I appreciate
And
that.
everybody has their own ideas, and I don't want to make light of the situation, because I don't want any more dead bears.
Well, I took that to heart, just a note, and we'll be working on that, and I'll get you some recommendations. Not a problem. I really appreciate that.
Are you talking about recommendations just to us, or making them kind of the best management practices additions to this report?
Both.
Both. Because I think I would make it a best management practices recommendation on the report as well.
We can add it in.
An appendix or whatever.
Yeah, and I did include, I don't know if you guys saw that third appendix that had some information that Sharon Burke-Mordo presented to the city, I think last year or the year before, with recommendations, but we can add in some additional specific things.
It was very well
So they don't get
done.
lost in the great technical stuff that's in here.
Well done, thank you.
I guess one final point is that, so other states and provinces have been dealing with similar issues, currently as well as in the past. They've tried to deal with it through increased harvest, but really nothing really changes until you deal with the garbage.
Anyway, give us your recommendations on our DAU plan and what you'd like to see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Or do people want a few-minute break here? Or should we just forge on ahead? Kurt, you would be up next if you want to come up to the table.
Take care. Thank you
Bye,
for
guys.
coming
Good
up,
to
all of
see
you.
ya. Thank you, good job. Good to see you too.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
All right. Oh.
Okay, next we have Kurt Dahl from Environmental Health is here, and he is going to talk about National Radon Action Month.
Thanks. Good afternoon. So I'm here today to talk a little bit about National Radon Action Month. I think you guys are aware in the past we have partnered with the City of Aspen and Eagle County to give away free radon test kits. This year we're doing the same thing, and we have a couple of changes that have occurred in the last year. One is we're partnering now with CORE as well, the Community Office for Resource Efficiency, to give away test kits. And the other thing that has changed that I attached with this is the state of Colorado, we just updated our radon map. And previously we had a couple of areas through the state that were not considered Zone 1, which is the highest risk for radon in homes. Due to the testing that we've been doing in the past several years, the entire state of Colorado now is considered Zone 1, and the map that's attached actually indicates that. I bring that up just because there were parts of Garfield, Eagle County that actually were not considered Zone 1. The entire state is now. So it's really important to have your home tested. It's something we recommend, and we give away free kits. So radon is a colorless, odorless gas. It's naturally occurring, but prolonged exposure to high levels can cause lung cancer. It is the second highest cause of lung cancer for smokers and the highest cause of lung cancer for non-smokers. So it's a really important piece. It is part of our public health improvement plan that we have done with Community Health Services. The City of Aspen Environmental Health, my department, and Community Health identified radon and mitigation of high radon levels in homes as one of the pieces we wanted to work on in Pickens County. So in conjunction with this piece of being National Radon Action Month, and I like action because it's not just an awareness piece, it's, take some action, get some testing done, And then if you have high levels, we can talk about mitigation. We have resources available. We have lists of contractors if you want to hire a contractor if you have high levels in your home. We have a do-it-yourself book for those people who are interested in do-it-yourself. And there at our libraries. We have a couple of libraries throughout the valley that have those books, as well as the City Environmental Health Office has a couple for checkout as well. So in partnering, one of the pieces that I wanted to bring up was kits. And these free kits are available to city and county residents. We did make a few changes. City residents can continue to pick up their kits at the Environmental Health Office. City Environmental Health Office is on 2nd floor in City Hall. For county residents, you can now pick up kits on 3rd floor in City Hall and Community Development. They're going to give them out. My office, which is out in the Aspen Business Center, Public Works Building, we have kits available there. And then the core office in the Business Center as well, you can pick up kits. And those are for people who want to go ahead and run the test by themselves. In addition, people who are having an energy assessment done by core, those kits will be available to them as well at the time that they do that energy assessment. So, this is a piece it's really important. We've always been identified as Zone 1. Our goal is to try to get everybody to have this test done. One of the big mistakes that I see a lot of people make is, well, my neighbor did their test and it came out low, so therefore I'm going to be low. And that's not really an accurate result. Radon, not only is it the ground that's below you that is a dictator, it's also the construction of your house. And so radon can seep up through your foundation if you have cracks in your foundation or through the seams. Or, like in my case, my house actually is a dirt floor over a crawl space. So there are many ways it can get in there, and to assume that a neighbor has a low reading, you're going to have a low reading is not correct. And, we give out free kits, so it's the best way to actually make sure that you're being accurate.
Rachel?
What is kind of the process of somebody using a kit? How difficult is it at home?
It's not difficult at all. And January is the best time to do this because your house is actually sealed up right now. You don't have windows open like you would in the summer. And so you're going to get more accurate results this time of year. The kit itself comes in a small plastic bag, and it's a little piece that looks like a sponge. Actually, my wisdom, I didn't bring one to show, but and you hang it in an area where you're not going to have a lot of air movement, where it's going to be disturbed. You don't want to hang it right in front of your front door. If you have a basement, you want to hang it in your basement in an area that you occupy. You don't want to hang it, like I mentioned, my house in a crawl space. You don't hang it where you're in an unoccupied area, but you want to hang it in an occupied area, in a basement or the lowest point, where it's out from breezes, things like that. The test itself goes for 3 days, and then you have a pre-postage mailer in the kit itself that then you package up and mail. One of the recommendations that we make is, because this goes to a lab on the East Coast, if you're going to run the test and it goes for 3 days, you want to run it maybe over the weekend so that you mail it on Monday so it has a chance to make it to the East Coast and it doesn't sit for a day, because if it does sit in the mail for a while, the test does become invalid. And at that point, you'll get results back. We also get the results back. If the results are high, we actually recommend you rerun the test just to verify your results. And then at that point, we're available to talk with the homeowner. So is CORE. CORE really can deal with a lot of the pieces about the mitigation system itself, and we deal with the public health message and the risk piece of it.
Thank you very much.
George?
So is this a one-time test for homeowners, or would they repeat it after X amount of years?
Certainly, if we're giving out free kits, they could. I mean, if there are no major changes to the house, I don't anticipate that the results would change. I haven't seen anybody rerun it X years later. We rerun them when you put a mitigation system in to verify the results if the mitigation system's working properly. Some mitigation systems are what we call passive, and they don't have a fan on them, and that's adequate enough to bring the levels down to less than 4 picocuries. Some systems actually have a fan. And so a lot of times what will happen is you'll put the system in without the fan, see if you get enough of a reduction, and rerun the test, and then if you don't, we'll put a fan on the system and rerun the test.
Kurt, I suspect my house has high radon in the basement, and we've always thought that we needed to put a fan in. Now, I went and talked to a sheet metal guy, and they came up with a big elaborate system that was more than we thought we needed. But do you have a list of, like, the vendors who sell the different things, or people who would actually do the mitigation work?
We have a list of contractors, and certainly, if you email me, I've got it via email. I can just email anybody that list if they'd like it. And then if you have questions along those lines, I'd recommend looking at the book we have on, self-mitigation and doing it yourself. Even if you don't plan on doing it, it gives you an idea of what's going on so that you can talk some sense with the contractor.
Mm-hmm.
And those are available right here. We have them in the library, and then City Environmental Health has them as well.
Okay.
So I'll grab that and email it to you.
Steve, because isn't the mitigation generally just a simple ventilation system?
So, yeah, you effectively, if you have like concrete on slab, you're going to seal up around the edges and around the seams. And then you're going to have basically a ventilation system that pulls air up through the foundation and then discharges it up above the roof. In the case of like a crawl space where I have dirt, what I'm probably going to end up doing this summer is put a vapor barrier, plastic mill, I don't remember how many mils it is, 8 mils, something like that, along the floor to seal that space. And then if, I need to put a mitigation system in, it's the same thing. I'll put a small ventilation system.
And I think what we're seeing in my neighborhood, when people were at the trailer court, people were becoming more concerned about energy use, so they were sealing their crawl spaces, and then they were finding out they had huge radon, because, with the mine tailings, we have, a pretty good chance of having radon in that neighborhood.
Right, and I think that was one of the real important pieces with partnering with CORE. Because
Exactly.
there is the component of that we either weren't considering or, should be considering more when we're doing that. Because, we're looking at buttoning up our houses and making them tighter, and that could have an effect.
Yeah, perfect. I think this is great.
Okay. Well,
Especially
thank you,
since
Kurt.
it's an action month.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
Marty, do you want to come up now, please? Let's see. Marty Ames is here from the Senior Services to talk about Older American Nutrition Act supplemental budget request.
Thanks, Steve. This is just, this is very simple. It's some extra money that came to us because it was unallocated in the initial grant allocations for the current fiscal year. As I recall, that was a decision by the Area Agency on Aging in Northwest COG to retain a small percentage of the total grant because of the changing fiscal scene, and there was some thought that it might be reduced for the calendar year. This grant runs over from July 1st to June 30th, and it was just a precautionary move. So now it's being allocated, and Pitkin County's meal program, they allocated it on the same formula that they used originally for the numbers of meals and different factors. And between the home delivered and the congregate programs, we're going to get an extra $7,736.
Very good.
Does this come back to us? Tomorrow or?
Yeah, so, Steve, if you don't mind, Patty was asking a process question.
Sorry.
So, no, that's okay. And I don't know if this was the same when you're here, but what we do is the MOIs and get the, I guess, informal approval of the board, and then we formalize those quarterly in resolutions. We collect them and formalize them quarterly.
A question, Marty. How you're getting this addition? Now, this is new money that's been allocated by the state. Is that right?
No, it's not new money. It is actually just unallocated money from, and it's actually, I believe, the federal money.
But it's money you haven't spent.
No, we haven't spent it. It has to be spent.
Now, are you going to spend this on getting more food, trying to reach more people, getting more steaks better, more expensive food, or how are you gonna spend it?
Steve, what I did is, this has to be used by June 30th
Mhm.
of this year to be in the fiscal year. We're in a great position because we have several resources for the nutrition program. This money is not the only resource for our nutrition program. So it may partially reduce the part that we take from the Healthy Community Fund toward this program and the part that we allocate, but also it gives us an opportunity to do a little experimenting. It's nice to have a little bit of flexibility in there for our kitchen manager who is always looking for healthier products, but sometimes does come with a bit of a price tag, to look at some, for example, low sodium meat alternatives, just to kind of put feelers out now and feel comfortable doing it and try to see where some of those healthier products would fit into his regular menu. And then, in addition, the benefit of reducing the share to the Healthy Community Fund.
I know if probably should review that survey again where all the different comments on the food program, because there were some really interesting comments from, people wanting from one end of the spectrum to the other, but I remember somebody did mention probably a low sodium kind of a thing, or
Exactly.
Various things like that, more healthy stuff, or one thing or the other. But okay, Rachel.
Yeah, I am fully supportive of this moving forward, and thank you for coming in with money, and that doesn't happen that often. Yeah. The one thing I just kind of mentioned, a little bit of a side note here, is that we were just looking at our NACO priorities for when Colorado Counties Inc. is in DC, and it's a whole gamut of public lands to child welfare types of issues. We'll have a choice of top six, and one of those was the reauthorization of the Older Americans Act, and so we don't really need feedback on that list today, but John was going to check with a few of our key staff members. We're going to reassess and make our decisions next week on Tuesday. But if you wanted to look over and review that list and see which ones you feel are most important to your department and services, and give us that feedback, it'd be great.
Without even looking, reauthorization of the Older Americans Act.
I figured that too.
Has it just been, what's the story with that one?
It. They keep, they have
temporary resolutions or extended for 6 months at a time.
Yes, and there, I don't know, there seems to be some question about, there seem to be questions always about, how it's being used and all that. And I'm the first to say, I don't think that we have in the states, in the area agencies on aging, maybe provided, I don't know, the data they need. We have the numbers, maybe it's the values, the outcome measures, or whatever it is that they need that's done at the state level. I know that in our upcoming 4-year plan, we are getting slammed with outcome measures, a whole new format. We are going to have a whole new process, and that is what we're working on right now for reporting on every area that is funded by any tiny bit of state or federal funding, and we have 4 areas. We will be, there are services that are becoming registered that were always non-registered, which means you have to have a registration from each individual who receives it, that previously were not, that wasn't required. It's going to really increase the burden, which then makes it kind of comical when the funds have trouble being approved because the cost of providing the data goes up. So it's the old catch-22. But I'm pleased that Older Americans Act, and I will take a look at the rest of this, please.
Well, and the reason that I brought it up is I got a call from AARP, and they seem to have this year being really concerned about the federal government slashing senior service issues even further. So I think that's what cued me, was the call. And the guy goes, would you call your local elected official and ask them to support it? And I'm like, sure, no problem. Yeah, so thanks, Marty.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Marty.
Thank you. John, may I keep this
Yes.
copy? Is it-
Yep. Ignore my scribbles.
So, John, do we just have future agendas
Yeah, and
at this point?
couple items for the board. Of course, you'll see that we're still filling in a number of particularly February meetings and such are pretty thin now. I think those are going to fill out, and either that or we'll get times consolidated into an afternoon or morning session. One change has been requested actually for tomorrow's agenda. The Sheriff's Office has requested an emergency ordinance for an alcohol and marijuana ban at the X Games. And the board will recall in past years we've done this. The reason that this is coming to us as an emergency ordinance I think is twofold. One, we always like to do it as close to the event as possible, our closest regular meeting. This year, because there are the venues at the X Games where there had been discussion about selling alcohol, and they had come to the board with that, there was concern about how a prohibition on alcohol and alcohol use might affect those venues, which the board had given a preliminary nod to. They believe they've worked that out in the language, but it took longer. They weren't prepared to put it on the regular agenda until they worked through that. That's the discussion I had with the Sheriff's Department. So I did just receive, while we were in this meeting, a copy of the emergency ordinance. I can send that out to the board. We'd have printed copies for tomorrow's meeting, and we would add that during additions and deletions to the agenda unless the board has other direction they'd like to give on that.
Yeah, I have a question. I did follow that meeting when the board was having that discussion. Something about giving coupons out to people. They only got 2 tickets to get alcohol or something. But how does this affect the open container issue that I think we had at the Intercept lot in years past? Will this also allow jurisdictional enforcement of that?
Yeah, the way, and I've only had an opportunity to skim the ordinance, but it looks very similar to what we've done in the past, and so it will include in the unincorporated areas where we have shuttle stops, transit locations for X Games, as well as the venue itself. And that's, again, I've just had an opportunity to skim it, but I believe that's how it reads.
Michael?
Well, typically it's done in non-licensed circumstances. In other words, there isn't a license at the Intercept lot. There isn't a license.
That's right.
And so it'll be resolved by having licenses at the X Games, in at least certain areas, under license. In other areas that are not under license, there's a ban. So it's fairly straightforward.
That's exactly how the ordinance is written, and they were concerned. I think the Sheriff's Department hasn't had a lot of experience with that licensing versus unlicensed area in the same venue, and so they wanted to explore that before they brought the ordinance forward.
Well, but in the past, John Ely's brought license forward, not the Sheriff's Department. So that's a change.
That's a change.
That's a change. So the Sheriff's Department is bringing it forward tomorrow.
Correct.
Okay.
John, where would that item fit into the agenda tomorrow?
It's really at the board's discretion. I have not, give me just a second here.
Well, we could figure that out tomorrow, just at the...
So we can maybe visit before the
additions and
meeting.
deletions.
We need better broadband service in here. Can't pull it up fast enough.
If you want paper?
Right.
We just need to put it into a time slot somewhere in the list there.
Okay.
And then this may not be a specific future agenda item, but I just want to put it on the board's radar screen. We can talk about it more now or in the future. But as we go into 2015, as we've already noted, we do a number of joint meetings. Particularly, we try quarterly, at least a couple times a year, with our municipal partners. And over this last year, I've gotten various feedback about the effectiveness of that format and those meetings. I think sometimes we have agenda items like we've identified now with the bear issue. We'll probably have lots to talk about with facilities and those sorts of things coming up. And other times the agendas may be structured around items that don't have as much robust discussion. And I've heard from several board members that just at different times, gosh, how do we create a different way where we can have a more free-flowing kind of discussion? And I know we have our first meeting coming up on February 3rd with the City of Aspen. Probably too early for that, but just food for thought. A lot of jurisdictions will choose to meet in less formal circumstances. So when you get around the table in a boardroom, it sets up a certain type of discussion, and it doesn't necessarily lend itself to more of a free-flowing discussion or relationship building. There are jurisdictions out there that will choose to meet in a less formal setting and then maybe go into a more formal, have one or two agenda items, but we'll have time. What I'm thinking about is when we met with Basalt last time, we did that by accident. We had a little bit of dinner time, and then we actually went into an informal circle time, then got into our agenda. That meeting seemed to go better. In my mind, there was a more free-flowing discussion, maybe what we've had with Aspen in the past. And so I was wondering about the board's appetite to maybe propose a different venue or meeting structure rather than the sitting all in a row at a board meeting trying to
well, if they come over here, we can all be a little more elbow to elbow.
This may not be the best room either, I'm just suggesting, but
circular.
It's not something we have to decide for the February 3rd, but we could. It's something we could propose. And so since that's coming up on our future agendas, thought I'd throw that out there as an idea.
Yeah, I like that idea, John, and I would like to meet at the Limelight or someplace like that that is sort of neutral territory. It's doesn't belong to one jurisdiction or the other, and have couches and lounge and pizza and that kind of thing. And then if we need a formal discussion, there's also a meeting room there. We can have a meeting, but our meetings with the City of Aspen have never been successful as far as I'm concerned. I've never been happy with those meetings because of the formality of it and the linear aspect of it. And I thought the Basalt meeting was very cordial, very pleasant, and we need to be able to do that with all the jurisdictions we meet with. In some way, I think we need a personal bond, not just a jurisdictional bond.
George?
I guess the only downside of some going off-site is you may miss the opportunity to broadcast it. And I think that's an important aspect when we can. I would, I think a lot of it, the success of a meeting, a lot of times depends on the agenda and the interest or lack of information. So a lot of times when we go in with a meeting with the City of Aspen, they've already had a presentation of that topic, or we have, and so it's not a lot of new information to be able to actually have a discussion about. I think this discussion, if we bring forward in terms of topic of beer, that's a new topic that we really haven't talked about. And I would, in terms of getting away from the linear format, I would invite City Council over here. They've never been over here. We have room. We meet with open space. We've met with Healthy Rivers. I would invite them here. There's only 5 of them too. Let's invite them over to our house.
It's an idea. I agree with that. A table doesn't make the room, and that one really doesn't make the room. And it is televised. I think that's important. I'll keep tossing the idea around a little bit, John. I mean, I don't want to come up with a hard, fast, no or fast. I understand what Michael's saying a little bit. But, you run into conflicts as to whether, we're full-time, paid full-time employees. County, the city are part-time honorarium level of pay for their time. And whether they want to, socialize for a half hour first or something, I just don't know. And, I understand that broader get to know each other, but I guess I feel like I have opportunity to interact with the various council members already, but maybe that's because my district's in town. And I'd be a little more open to the idea of, well, we're going to convene or finish at 6, and then we're going to, casually meet for some chips and salsa afterwards. And if anybody'd like to stay around an extra half hour, but when it comes to getting the business done, and I agree very much with what George is saying, that it's really the strength of the agenda and the engagement on the agenda that makes the most difference. Maybe it's more about us putting more thought in earlier on about what should be on that agenda instead of on future agendas just 2 weeks out. And then, we kind of send our staff scrambling a little bit to put together a presentation or see if the city really wants to talk about that or vice versa. For me, we're not talking about what's on the next agenda, but, water seems to be something that really is coming up to the top, and maybe having a presentation by John Ely and the city's rep to the 1177's Mike McDill, where they see the state water plan and where they see the vulnerabilities for our community, and what we could do jointly would be a very timely update and discussion for us to have. But I'm not opposed to the idea, Michael. I just, sometimes, we all know what it's like when you end up early and you got 45 minutes to wait till the next thing happens. And I have a little bit of a sense, at least, some people go, oh, that's the social half hour first. I'll show up at 5 o'clock when the business meeting starts. So and it's just harder to say with that different work perspective of what the city people would like. But that, or it wasn't that long ago the city invited us all out for a ski day, to socialize and discuss more and develop better relationships. But how many of us could make that ski day? Exactly. And so, it's a tool towards divide. Maybe it's less the room than actually us ordering in a little more of a true dinner to share together and spend some time breaking bread. Lots of different ways to approach it.
I like the idea to solve the grassroots issue. I think this would be the place to do it. And just get in some pizza and whatever kind of beverages we're allowed to drink in here, which I don't actually know if there's any restriction on that. But this is much less formal than that feeling on the, the long linear table where it's hard to hear the person down at the other end, even with the amplification.
Yeah. Okay.
I would just know if we do have a topic people are interested in, we can't fit a lot of people in here, but we can talk about this more. I just think if we want a different result in terms of those interactions, we've got to think about doing the meetings different, and we can continue that discussion.
Rachel.
Just since we're looking at longer term and throughout the year here as a kind of first meeting of the new board, I know that we've in the past had department overview presentations periodically. Tends to be airport, tends to be ComDev more. And just listening to Marty talking about her programs made me think, well, when was the last time did we do a overview of what our health and human services programs are doing? And I couldn't remember. And so maybe it's other areas, but I want to make sure that as we go forward in this coming year, whether it's every 2 months or whatever, we really do get a refresher on what the new challenges of the various departments are, department overview, whether it's finance and what their institutional controls are to avoid the embezzlement problems we've seen in other counties, or whether it's, the IT, we just saw the release of the website. So I know we're periodically getting update, but I'm just not sure if it's Used to be a little more a formal process, and now it's kind of slid to just, when one's ready, as opposed to scheduling which ones we're going to be reviewing.
One thing I noticed, John, on future agendas is we have several citizen board appointment things that are hanging, and I don't see them brought forward yet in the future agendas.
And
I actually was going to bring that up for open discussion, because usually we just deal with that in open discussion if the board is ready. We don't necessarily put that in on a future agenda.
Right. So, and if that's what you mean, and in some cases, I think we are done with interviews at this point. Charlotte will shoot me an email here.
So I was going to bring that up for open discussion, actually.
Okay. Well, we can revisit some of those at open discussion.
Okay. Yeah, we need to discuss the possible appointments or.
Yeah, that's from the last interviews.
Rachel?
One other thing on future agendas, and it's just a footnote for John and the board as necessary. Because of the National Association of Counties meeting in DC in the end of February, I am not going to be able to make the Club 20 subcommittee meetings. And I don't have the exact agendas out yet because they've been in the search process for the new director. But they are the 19th and the 20th, and then I believe the 25th and 26th. In particular, one of those four will be the telecommunications subcommittee meeting again. And they had a special meeting this last week in Grand Junction, which I went to, and Kara went to as well, to be able to present a white paper from Picken County about the broadband changes that we would need to see in Senate Bill 152. And it was a really well-attended meeting. A number of other counties spoke up about their concerns, having issues. But I think that's going to be a very important coalition to bring along with us on support of our broadband efforts through CCI. And so I think John has already kind of volunteered Kara to go again. But if any of the commissioners are eligible, and I will get those agendas as soon as possible.
I have it down as February 19th for the telecommunications.
Okay, that's good to know. So that's the one that's going to be on the
Thursday, February 19th.
is the telecommunications.
It's telecommunications, healthcare, and business affairs that day.
And not sure that there'd be any healthcare issues with the insurance districts this year that we saw last year, but you never know what's going to be on the agenda. And so I just want to put that out there, that I think it will be important to keep that coalition together if we want success at the legislature this year.
And Rachel, that's the day I want to be at the Governor's Agricultural Forum in Denver, where they're discussing the Colorado Water Plan.
Okay.
I think is on the 19th and 20th. I might be able to be in Grand Junction and then go to Denver on the 20th for that. That might work.
Yeah, either that or we can have some staff go or someone else. But it's it's just hanging out there. It's a little on the 19th where, similar to getting that legislation passed last year for Independence Pass, once things start moving in the session, it can be pretty fast and furious about people needing to either go down to testify and support, or meeting with stakeholders or things like that. And so we're all just kind of preparing to be able to cover the bases that we need to see a successful passage.
Okay.
And just to add, I'm going to be, so neither Rachel or I will be here on the 24th of February. I would be out of town from the 18th through the 24th. It's my mother's 90th birthday.
Okay, so we'll get that on future agendas.
Yeah, and I saw that Maroon Creek Caucus is coming back that day, and I didn't know if you wanted to have a full board for that presentation.
Possibly it is.
So I'll give you a heads up
Is
on
that the
that.
February 24th?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd be down to 3, so they can, we've kind of instituted a policy of trying to let applicants
Get the
know
benefit.
in advance, will you have a 5-person board or a 4-person board or 3 if they choose to want to continue.
Yeah, and that was put out on the agenda a long time ago, the Maroon Creek
Yeah.
Caucus. So that's, I would concur with John that that's
Yeah, it's
a
up to
moving
them.
target
If
on
they don't- if they
having
don't-
them come in.
Yeah, if they want a full board.
Yeah.
And I think it would
That's a good heads up.
probably would be good for a full board for that
Yeah.
discussion. Okay, any other future agenda items?
Not this time.
Okay. I
I got
guess,
open discussion.
well, okay.
Doesn't John go first on open
Yeah,
discussion?
do we have an open discussion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we were doing that.
George is there jumping at the
No, I
bit.
Well, we were doing that earlier,
you ready to
the
adjourn?
two items. Unless there are further, we didn't have time for further open item discussions, so
Yeah.
actually, are there any other items we need to talk about?
Yeah, just real quick to let you guys know, during the budget, we approved funds to move forward with architecture and engineering on the facilities and continuing to finalize those needs. So we are finalizing an RFP that we'll expect to be on the street here in the next week or so for those services. In the meantime, I'm going to be starting to schedule coffee chats similar to what we did with the airport plan, just to let interested parties know, what we're looking at. I know some of you are starting to get questions. I've started to get some questions, and we thought setting that up maybe in this room or right on the campus here, we can talk about some of the challenges that we've been having and how we're going to move that forward. The RFP will also be asking for recommendations on public outreach and process for getting input into up front so that it can be incorporated into any design elements with the facility and such. So just want to make sure you knew that was coming. And that's-
Drinking a lot of coffee these days.
I like coffee, so it works well for me.
Okay. George, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wondered whether the board wants to discuss filling the seats open on the Finance Committee and the Healthy Rivers and Stream. We've interviewed 2 people on each, unless there's other applicants that are waiting in the wings.
I'm not aware, and we can handle this 2 ways. There are no more interviews scheduled, so we can talk about it now, or Charlotte could prepare an MOI. So if the board remembers the applicants at this point, there were 3. There's Dallas Blaney for the Financial Advisory Board, Alyssa Taylor for Healthy Rivers and Streams, and George Johnson for...
There was also Angela Dimitar for Finance Committee.
Yeah, there were 2 for the Finance Board and 2 for the Healthy Rivers.
Do you have 2 seats open for finance and 1 for Healthy Rivers and
No,
Stream? or
2
one?
applicants for
No, but how many seats do you have open on either board?
one seat.
1 seat on finance and 1 seat on Healthy Rivers? And I will abstain from this because I don't know those.
You weren't at the,
Wasn't
didn't,
there.
weren't at the end.
But I'd love to listen to the conversation.
So any thoughts? Well, let's talk about the Healthy Rivers one first. Angela
And so there's
or George?
No.
George
Or
Johnson and Alyssa Taylor. Would it be easier for the board for us to prepare an MOI?
With the number of seats and everything.
I'll leave it up to.
Not for me.
To me, the Healthy Rivers one, I think, is an easy call for me.
I thought it was just the opposite, so.
I thought
You need to run a meeting to see what do you want to do. I mean,
Michael?
Well, I like an MOI. I'd like to have the names out there. And then we can do it.
So at the next open discussion, perhaps tomorrow, because it looks like a fairly lean agenda.
We will see if we can get an MOI prepared.
I think it's pretty much just a reprint of what we received for the interview.
Okay.
I think that would probably be easier to remember the applicants, to have it written down on paper and
And you can put it at the very end of the meeting so that I can get in the car and drive to Denver.
It'll be okay.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's pretty short.
Okay,
And-
so the
yeah.
board would like it at open discussion with some written materials to review and remind.
I have one other item, more of an update, John, if you can let us know. I know a week ago or so, there was a spill of mac chloride up the frying pan at Pickens County, and I'm just curious, I never got the backstory on that, and what happened, how it was mitigated,
And George, I'm gonna have to get more information on that, so maybe I can bring that back to you tomorrow.
Was it in Pickens County that the spill, or was
Yes.
it?
Yeah,
That's what I
I really
understand.
don't.
But it was Pickens County personnel, something happened with some of our people,
I don't.
or do we know?
well,
We'll
you know
find out
What
tomorrow.
John is saying is he doesn't know.
Yeah.
I'll bring information.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like a good thing to learn about. Okay, any other items for open discussion?
No.
Okay, this meeting is over, and we will see you all tomorrow at noon.
Great. Thank you very much.